go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order on June 10th, 2025 at 1 p.m. If I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phones, put them on vibrate. That way we don't get disrupted during the meeting with a telephone call. So please silence or put them on vibrate your cell phones. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here, thank you. Our invocation this afternoon is going to be given by Pastor Larry Trotter with the Florida Coast Church. So if we could please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Afternoon.
Let's pray. Father in heaven, I thank you for the city of Pompano Beach, for the leaders whom you have placed over us, and for all who serve the city and work for its safety, prosperity, and peace. I pray for the residents and for the commission that the deliberations of this afternoon would be conducted in a spirit of service, reflecting the work of your Son, who came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. I pray that the short and long-term results of today's decisions would be the reduction of crime, poverty, injustice, and abuse, and the increase of peace, safety, prosperity, and happiness. May your grace and your peace abide in this city, in its institutions, its churches, and in its residents. I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Can I get a motion approving the joint special workshop of City and CRA minutes of April 22nd, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of May 13th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Harrison, any changes to our agenda this afternoon?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion?
Mayor, can I make a comment about the agenda quickly?
Sure. Okay, Vice
So
Chair.
with respect to item 14, at the last meeting, I asked for some work to be done and supported the item, and I'm trying to get there, but the concerns that I raised with the city I don't think have been adequately addressed in the last 2 weeks. So if we're forced to vote on that today, I'm not sure what the outcome will be from my perspective. So in the interest of respecting everyone's time and everyone involved, I would like to table that item. So I'm going to make a motion to table item 14. Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to table item 14. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we'll be pulling item 4 and 6 for individual discussion. So all the other items on this consent agenda are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard, except 4 and 6. Very good. That takes us up to a special presentation, Broward Health Point's Stay Healthy Together initiative. Melita Akati, a corporate transformation executive from Broward Health Point, to speak about their Stay Healthy Together initiative. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Harden, Vice Mayor Fournier, Commissioners, I'm excited to bring to the city of Pompano Beach health. And what do we mean with that? Broward Health is your largest public health system here in the northern area. And one of the things that we decided is that we were concerned about people having to access health by going to our brick and mortar. So what we decided to do is that we have 2 mobile vans, and our mobile vans are going to be in your city for 2 years. And the goal is for individuals to know that healthcare has access. One of the interesting things that we have seen is that on July 12th, we are going to have the largest health fair that you have ever seen. We are bringing doctors, we are bringing nurses, we are bringing social services, and after July 12th, at the same address, at the same place, we are going to deploy our mobile van for 2 years at the same location. For 3 days, we're going to be in your location. For 8 weeks after that, for example, every Tuesday, we're going to be at that specific location. What location have we chosen? Those locations that individuals have lack of access to care. Those locations that the individual doesn't have insurance. Those locations where you know that without health, there's no wealth. And so one of the things we want to ensure is that as looking at your city and looking at the areas that has the highest emergency room visit. And why the highest? Because they're using the emergency room as primary care. So we want to be able to really create access for those individuals by being in their city. And we have been working with your Park and Recreation and your wonderful staff. They are superb. They have been so excited. They are so responsive. And so we have been working with them in order for July 12th, and you are more than cordially invited, and we want you to speak also, because this is your city. What we are providing is health care, but you are the elected official. You are the one that they chose. And we want to be able to partner with you in order to be able to ensure that your city has health. And I know that they have worked with Commissioner Fournier and other fronts, like with the homeless and other initiatives. But this initiative is an overall initiative where every single person, regardless of ability to pay, can access health care. So that is our presentation today. If you have any question, I'm here to answer.
Well, very good.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins?
What is the date, what is the location you said for July 12th?
This is a procedure.
More? What time?
The event is from 10 to 2, but we will be asking you to come between 11 and 12, and that's the time when we're going to all convene to be able to present to the cities and to those attending. But it's from 10 to 12. And there's 600 bags of food distribution. And fresh food, no can.
Very good. Well, thank you for that. Vice Mayor?
I just want to say thank you to Melita for bringing this here and for all that you do in the community, and thank you for inviting us and including us. So we'll see you on July 12th.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Further commission input? Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you do
Thank you.
for our health. Thank you. All right. That takes us up to presentation, Internal Audit Activity Report, March 2024 through April 2025. DC Kiemba, Internal Auditor, will provide an activity report covering the past 14 months. DC, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable City Commission. One of the internal auditor's responsibilities is to present the activities of the office to the City Commission, to the population, at least once a year. This presentation is intended to fulfill that requirement. Before I get into the presentation, though, I would like to acknowledge and thank the City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, department heads we have worked with during this 14 months period. We appreciate their cooperation because when they cooperate with us, our work gets a little easier. So I appreciate them, and I want to thank Mike. I work with Mike. He does much of the work, and introduce a new staff auditor, Maggie. She joined us as of April 3rd, I believe. Welcome, everybody. As always, I invite and welcome the Commission's continued feedback on the activity report and activities of the Internal Audit Office. As mentioned, the report covers 14 months from February 2024 through April 2025. we completed one audit project that covered 3 GO bond projects that covered a total of over 14 million, 13 technical assistance with contracts and agreements, and in addition, follow-up for implementation of recommendations was completed on 5 prior audit reports. There are 6 current or future audits that are planned for about 449 million. The activity report provides a dashboard beginning on page 1 for a quick reference or at a glance that will give you the immediate status of each project. A detailed section follows that includes each project's background, summary, risk ratings, conclusion, all findings, audit results, audit recommendations, and the city department's corrective action taken or plan to do the action to implement the audit recommendations. I hope and you have had a chance to read the activity report. For those listening and watching, the process we use during our audit is as follows. Before we start the audit, we meet with the appropriate department head or heads to discuss the objectives, the scope, and timing of the audit, the records, materials, or access we will need, and we agree who the staff person will be so we have a definitive person we can work with. Most of our audits are not total surprises. As you can see on the dashboard, our proposed and future audit areas are listed, albeit in broad strokes. But if we find a need to come, surprise you, we do come prepared and just show up. Throughout the audit, our audit staff continuously confirms its understanding of relevant external or internal city operations, department or division procedures, internal controls, contract agreements, along with state and all federal rules and regulations applicable to the circumstance we are facing. After the field work, a draft report with the details of the findings, if any, and recommendations is generated and provided to the relevant folks to review. A date is set for a meeting to discuss the contents of the report, and during the meeting, we agree on the findings and related recommendations. Thereafter, management is requested to provide its responses, and those responses are included in the final report. However, if an audit recommendation will not be implemented, then the city department or the vendor or contractor is required to provide an explanation to internal audit as to the reasons for non-implementation. Those reasons are included in the final report. And finally, an exit meeting is held, the report is finalized, published, and distributed as necessary. Also, as part of the process, we do follow-ups with every auditee to verify that the recommendations have been implemented as promised by management and they are working as intended. Prior to corrective action being taken by the departments to implement the recommendations, risk ratings for the projects range from low to high, which is green, yellow, or red. Risk ratings are based on the need for timely corrective action to enhance the internal controls, mitigate identified risks, and comply with contract language, city ordinances, resolutions, state, and all federal regulations. After city corrective action is taken, all future action is planned to be taken to implement the recommendations. Changes are expected to achieve low risk ratings, which means no further action will be required. One thing you do not see on the report is this consultation that takes place on an as-needed basis. Department heads, division heads, and other city staff routinely contact us and request our involvement in some of the processes they are planning or implementing, or they request our presence in some of their new systems planning, implementation meetings. We also participate in some training courses when called upon, when or where necessary. As noted on dashboard, some of the projects listed were part of the strategic plan for the city. We try to hit those places that affect or do work with the strategic plan. As I conclude, internal audit welcomes and invites feedback from the City Commission. Feedback given on the activity report enables us to better perform our duties and to facilitate your and the public's understanding of internal audit's role. As always, we welcome any questions and comments that you may have on the activity report. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, that concludes my report, pending questions if they're available.
Very good. Thank you for that, DC. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work there also. Any questions, comments for DC? Vice Mayor?
I have a couple quick questions. So we had exchanged some emails back in, I think it was February, related to procurement issues when we were talking about fire trucks and other vehicles. And at one point, it seemed like some of our old policies and our new ordinances were possibly in conflict. And I think one of the emails you wrote said, you know, a challenge has come to light, the fact that the ordinance, the resolution, and the administrative policy are not in sync. This provides an opportunity to look at the three and maybe other procurement guidelines. Are you planning on doing that this coming year?
Yes, and one of the things that I think the commission had proposed was a workshop.
Mm-hmm. We're still waiting for a date, I think. But
We were planning to participate in that workshop
okay.
so that we can go through the process of what we have, ordinances, resolutions, administrative policies, so that we can try to sync all of them.
Okay, and it seems like, so we have all these, but there's a timeline. Some of them are quite old, and then we pass new ordinances, and my question was, does that override some old administrative policy or not? So I'd be, in that workshop and in your work over the next year, I would like to understand if we do have things that are out of sync, how we remedy that.
Yeah, I plan to work with the purchasing director and accounting and city attorney to go through what we have so that we can match, and then the city manager for the administrative policies.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fasick, yes.
So I look, it's really loud. So I was just checking because I want to make sure that for the audience here, just so you're clear, I had my backup, but they might not have been able to see everything that you presented. So I wasn't sure if there was something that you wanted to make sure that the public understood as part of your conclusion, or do you have something that they couldn't see, or do you?
I provided the report to the city clerk. It
Right,
should
okay.
be part of the backup.
Right, okay, thank you.
Very good. Further questions, comments? Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you, DC. You've done a great job putting this together. Where it says low in the green, is that good or bad?
Green is good.
Good, okay.
That means we are not going to do anything. They have corrected whatever was in error. Yellow is we are giving them about 6 months, or at least we negotiate what time they're going to take to do the recommendations. And red is really, it's red. They need to do something as in immediately or in the next 90 days. Usually we get cooperation to get those things done.
Okay, very good. Usually when you give your activity report, we usually do your evaluation. Is there a reason that it's late?
Yes, we usually do that. This time around, when I was approached by the director, HR director, and she asked me about late January, early February to do the evaluation, I told her I wasn't ready yet. We are doing a recruitment for the staff auditor, and we're implementing a new audit management system. We got the staff auditor, we've gone live on our system, and after that was done, I did the activity report, and after the activity report, I'm ready to do the evaluation as soon as it's presented.
Okay, But you have no idea when it's going to be presented?
No,
Okay.
yet.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
Sorry. So one more thing, when I was going through the backup on page 27, one of the things that I would just like clarification on is there was a, finding number 2, it says there was a total population of 117 construction change order requests, and they're broken down by the different projects and construction companies, and then dollar amounts respectively. The question I had was just based on, so in table 4, it'll say it says the number of exceptions, and those are listed, and then it says total cost of affected, was it change order request or construction change order requests, and there's a dollar amount next to that in that column. Is that dollar amount how much over the project was or how much? What is that? Actually, what is that dollar amount in that?
What's the page number again, please?
It's page 27 of 38.
$27 of 38. What project? Senior Activity Center?
Just in table 4, if you could explain to me what that, it says total cost of affected construction change order requests, and there's different dollar amounts. Is that dollar amounts over budget, or is that the total?
Total amounts of the project, whether it is within the budget or in addition to the budget.
Okay. And there was only 2 of them that didn't come through the city commission at that point, right?
2 of them that didn't what?
That did not come to the city commission?
I think all the change orders came to the city commission at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys do.
Thank you.
Continue the great work. All right, that takes us up to our consent agenda. Pardon me. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 11 speakers.
11 speakers, very good.
First speaker, Jennifer Thomas Sasson, followed by Vicente Thrower, followed by Lisa Golitz.
Just name and address for the record. Please come to the front microphone here. Name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Jennifer Thomas Sasson, Southeast 11th Street in Pompano Beach. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission members. Well, I'm thrilled to see Pompano Beach embracing growth and development plans for the future. However, last night an incident brought my concerns as a citizen to the forefront, compelling me to speak today. Yesterday, I witnessed a heartbreaking scene along Atlantic Boulevard, only seconds from here. A pregnant dog and her homeless owners during an attempted rescue to bring the dog to safety. The woman who was taking care of the dog was clearly devastated, and she cried out, "I'm a victim of sexual, physical, mental, and emotional abuse. Why are there no resources for me?" This question lingered with me all night, especially after BSO was involved, yet offered no help to her or the dog. I was awake all night. While laying there, I asked myself, how can we expect to redevelop an area with so many cracks in its foundation? A short drive down Atlantic reveals the challenges: public camping, unmet needs, and visible struggles. So I have a question for this council. What are we doing wrong? And what resources are we truly leveraging? What are our budgets? And what returns are we seeing on that investment? Do our police officers have the authority to enforce the state laws? And if so, why does public camping still persist right across from our city hall? These answers are not rhetorical, they demand answers. I also want to address our DMV situation. While it's commendable that the city is focused on our future residents, I am here today to ask for a pause, a moment to build a solid base by supporting our current community. Let's ensure success for those already here before expanding farther. My final question is this: how can our redevelopment succeed if we don't address these basic needs first? I urge you, Council, to prioritize our resources for the homeless, clarify police authority, and tackle immediate issues like the DMV situation. By strengthening our foundation, we can create a thriving Pompano Beach for all. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Mayor.
Next speaker.
Mayor,
Commissioner Fessick?
yeah, sorry, just as this was an email that I received this morning, and as part of comment, and I just wanted to take the time. I know that our hands are tied with as far as the DMV is concerned, but I want to take the time and also kind of I said it in an email, so I'll just say it again. I think it's a great time to take a pause and look at what we can change and what we are doing and asking questions. I think I used on the phone with you earlier when I spoke with you the analogy of, you know, when you're cleaning a closet. You have to pull everything out, you look at what you have, you keep cell toss, and then you see if you're going to reorganize your shelves, change your shelving. So looking at things and reprioritizing and reorganizing is not a negative thing, it's a positive thing, and in the end you have a beautiful closet. So I would encourage us to do what we need to do from a legal aspect, from a city aspect, and then maybe find additional resources or have additional ways that we can monitor that particular location as well. From your email, it sounded like the woman was asking for help or looking for help, and so maybe with that, we do have some great opportunities with our homeless outreach program, so hopefully we can get her the help she needs and the dog the help she needs, but I also was very upset and teared up when I thought that I love animals, but that we have more resources available to pets than we do for fellow humans, and that's a problem. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Mayor, I want to address the sheriff before you all today. Mayor, it is embarrassing and sickening that we get tired of him acting like he's just the only man that makes decisions. That press conference he had recently, I guess he was trying to call out a very prominent family in Pompano Beach called the Thurston family. I think that's wrong of him. Mayor, to you, how much longer will we have to wait before we get some understanding of where our study is for our own police department? Because him acting like he's just the top law enforcement officer, but according to our Constitution, he is not, it's the state attorney, his rhetoric of attacking a friend of our community also is getting on my nerves. You cannot tell nobody what somebody else's family has done when you ain't never been here in the last 40, 70, 80 years like the Thurston family and so many others. Understand, we were grounded, raised here, and to have him always want to attack somebody like an attack dog because he don't got the fortitude to say that he's upset with Pompano Beach. So you use the Thurston family and Ron Thurston in particular, who is, and then he say that he was a tyrant in Pompano Beach, but he was never based or stationed here. And if he was, you would have known about it like the commission a long time ago. So how do we address people when they drag our names in our own city? And people got families. That's a father. And he's a Little League football coach that's adored in Collier City and other parts of the city. So just like he don't like to be bullied and like his name being drugged, we are sick of him. So to the Mayor and Commission, how long before we get our study on? To you, Mayor?
I know the city manager is actively working on that issue.
Mayor, when somebody is dragging our city down with their rhetoric because they can't be a good leader, your old friend Pat Larkins had this. At some point, this body has to sometimes say, we still got this. You can't just bully us into submission. First of all, you make selections about who comes and works in our city when that didn't happen under the old commission. This commission has to make it clear that if we contract with somebody with services, it should be what we want, not what he wants. And to me, he acts like we owe him. And we ain't paying no damn $70 million and raising no taxes for nobody. My grandma can't afford to have no more taxes raised on her. So if we're gonna do something, it's gonna be for what's best for Pompano Beach. And to our chief, we ain't having it with your boss. He don't run Pompano Beach. And to the manager, let's get this thing on.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Next speaker.
Lisa Golitz, followed by Matthew Walsh, followed by Mike Seversky.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Harrison, and Mr. Berman. First, my name's Lisa Golitz, 1340 South Ocean Boulevard. So I'd like to start by presenting each one of you a photo.
I'm sorry, no. Thank you.
So the first picture, we have an issue with, first of all, the median that's installed right in front of the Waldorf. When a truck with the supplies, and I believe the first one is the large amounts of very long rebar, that truck extends to our driveway. I cannot even get into my driveway. My car is the one that's parked, waiting to get through. In order for me to get that far, I had to stop, get out of my car, look behind the truck, stop traffic, and then go into oncoming lane and get in. As beautiful as the medians are, they are a hindrance. On the second photo, you can see where that same median extends south, so the people going into Renaissance 1, they probably have maybe 20 feet between merging on the left and to making that left-hand turn, again, because of the median, as well as the 1333 South Ocean across the street, and Criterion, and then, of course, we have a light. So that doesn't give us enough room. Also, real quick, while I'm at that light, we have no safe crossing on A1A, 0. We have the repaved with the wider markings for crosswalk, but if you drive down at night, you cannot see anybody crossing A1A. So we need some type of flashing lights, just like in Lauderdale by the Sea. We have 0 lights from A1, from Atlantic Boulevard south to 12th Street. Then we have 1 light 13th, and then it's clear. It's a lovely drag strip for racing. But if we had those cross lights, like Lauderdale by the Sea, I feel like it would slow down traffic on both lanes, north and south. And that's all.
Very, very
Told
good.
you I'd keep it under 3 minutes with passing them out.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for listening
Mayor, just something
to me.
really quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Golds. Appreciate it.
Mayor, just a minute.
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know, just so that it is part of public record, Ms. Golitz, that we did actually approve recently some crosswalks, or lit crosswalks for, we did actually approve recently
That's
lit crosswalks
Ms.
for South A1A.
No, you can go ahead and sit down.
I
Thanks.
just wanted to address your comment that we did approve them, and I'm not sure exactly when they will be installed, but we do have them coming. So for public record, we do have them on their way, and they will be there. I'll let the city manager tell us when, maybe, but they're on their way. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Matthew Walsh, followed by Mike Seversky, followed by Roderick Phillips. Matthew Walsh.
My name is Matthew Walsh. I run a small business at 2306 East Atlantic Boulevard for now. Because here's the truth, running a small business in Pompano Beach shouldn't feel like a fight for survival. But because of the people with the most power here in town, it really feels like I'm fighting against bullies. My landlords, who you're well familiar with, you don't tell them to get off stage, Kim Breismeister and Chris Brown have made things unnecessarily difficult. And they don't just own properties, they influence city policy through a web of LLCs and consulting work that dates back to their time running the CRA. Even though they no longer hold that position formally, they left behind a network that still protects their interest, and they're still among the city's highest paid consultants. And what's worse, whether intentionally or not, they helped create a culture in Pompano where valuable properties are left empty. not for lack of interest from small businesses, but because there's a clear incentive to wait for out-of-town developers with deeper pockets. Even property owners who want to be able to lease these places, we're not able. We're being told to wait. A small business owner like myself would love to move into one of these spots, but I'm left out once again. This isn't just bad policy. It's a pattern of economic bullying. Powerful landlords and consultants blocking everyday people from having a seat at the table, treating real city like it's a speculative game, and treating the citizens of the city as if we're disposable. And now saying that we need their permission just to get together for special events, or we'll be fined or forced into shutdowns? Come on, CRA. Instead of creating these new ways of taxing actual people from Pompano Beach, let's create vacancy taxes now. Something to discourage the speculative holding and make room for local businesses to grow. How was the CRA even able to pass this ridiculous requirement for people on private property to get permits to get together for special events? But you're not able to tax the big out-of-town developers or corporations who are holding the city's prime real estate hostage? Weak. These vacant storefronts aren't just eyesores. They're symptoms of a system that favors money over people. So I want to call on every small business owner here, along the Atlantic Corridor, near the beaches, anyone who's trying to build something from the ground up, let's get together and push back. If you're a business owner who's tired of being squeezed out, ignored, shut down, just reach out to me, 10th Planet, Pompano Beach. Let's hold our ground. And to City Hall. To those of you with real estate backgrounds and decades of development experience, we get it. I know how you treat the big developers. You love them. But what about us? What do you think of us? Because where we stand from, it looks like you're not just ignoring us, you might resent us. Do you even hate us? What's going on here? And if it's not true, prove it. Empowers local businesses.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from the applause. Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. The other night, I was looking some stuff up. I like to see real estate trends, and I don't really trust realtors, so I look for myself. I happened to stumble upon the Northwest area where some properties have been purchased by the CRA. 344 Northwest 2nd Street, 1,173 square feet. The CRA, January of this year, paid $700,000 for this property. October of 24, it was sold for $248,000. So a couple months later, we're dealing with the CRA going from this to this. Almost every property in this area, 304 Northwest 2nd Street, 12524, CRA paid $940,000. These are small little properties. These are not houses on the water east of Federal, because you can get a dump east of Federal on the water for under $1 million. This is what's going on here. The CRA is robbing us blind. Robbing us blind. They have to go. Them and RMA are killing us. Forget about the name CRA or RMA. They are the taxpayers that pay for this stuff. We don't need this. 312 Northwest 2nd Street. CRA paid $750,000 in October of 24. In 2016, this property sold for $134,000. These properties all need to be looked into, why they purchased it. Are there appraisals for, Tran, are there appraisals for this? Probably not, because there's not a damn comp close to this. These are all a bunch of rip-offs. And nobody up here is saying a damn thing. They're just robbing us blind. In fact, she brought up that I should be a liaison. Forget it, a consultant to stand over Tran and say, no, Tran, you can't buy it. And he'll say, I want it, I want it, I want it. And I'll say, no, you can't buy it. We are got to deal with, we are the taxpayers of Pompano Beach. We are not a piggy bank. This is absolutely astonishing what's going on here. Now, real fast, Perkins, in your district, Audrey turned me on to something. In the CRA, if you now host an event on a private property in the CRA district, there's a special permit involved. That needs to be looked into. Why is it that people now need a permit? A permit is, if you don't have a permit, you could actually have a BSO shutdown and liability. If you want to serve alcohol, that means you also have to have another permit. So what is going on mainly in the black neighborhood? You're trying to run them over by gentrification. Now you want to fine them if they want to have a party?
Mr. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Please refrain from applause. Thank you.
Roderick Phillips, followed by Mary Phillips, followed by David Miller.
Good afternoon, Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I always start off with the truth hurts. Nobody really want to hear the truth. Every year, my group, we have a event called Exit 36, Homeless, Mental Health, Drug Addiction Awareness Day. We have a great entertainment, low power funk, Carlene Duncan's son, and we invite the commissioner. It's in District 4, Bedford Perkins District. We invite the commissioner to come out every year, and we're going to invite you to come out this year again, but it's in November the 29th. I just want to say that, Mayor, commissioners, I want to thank everyone for that voted for passing of the public financing. I want to thank Allison Fournier for coming off of the rail or off the grain or cutting loose wrong and getting on the side of right. I want to thank, even though we got this thing against BSO lately been doing a good job because the homeless people have been slowly being dispersed, and I see personally with my eyes how they are out there on the grounds talking with the homeless over there around J-Mall particularly. They are addressing what they can address. And I think that they're doing a good job so far with the homeless situation. On November 29th in Pompano, I'm going to ask if you have time to stop by Exit 36, Homeless, Mental Health, Drug Addiction Awareness Day. If you had time, if not, with God's speed and God's will, we're going to have it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, Mary Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I finally got everything fine-tuned for the Education, Crime, Employment, and Business Forum, which will be held on Thursday, June 26, 2025, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the EPAT Larkin Center. We have as our moderator for that event, Attorney Chris Smith, owner of Smitty's Restaurant and former state representative. The admission is free, and there'll be refreshments and giveaways. Anyone who is a social service that's interested in having a table at the event, they just need to give me a call, 754-366-1055, or send an email if you would like to have a table at the event. There is no fee for the table. This is a completely free event funded by the Pump or the Isles Casino because they gave us a grant to do this. We will have on the panel Career Source, Broward College, Broward County Small Business, State Attorney's Office, Public Defender's Office, BSO, OIC of Broward, Broward County Technical College, and the Pompano Beach CRA. So we'll be talking about all of these topics and providing resources on how you can get money for your education, how can felons get their records expunged or their rights restored, where are the jobs for 25, 26, and where can you get a grant for your small business. That information will be available for everyone if they attend the event. Okay, the other thing that I just want to talk about is we've been having some issues with the dais and not being able to pass things because it's even, and I just wanted to know from the attorney, how can we get on the ballot to create another district so that we don't have this impasse when it comes to making decisions? How can we get it on the upcoming ballot? If you can tell me that, I would appreciate it.
You can get with Mr. Berman later on. Thank you.
Okay, and the other thing, I guess it's okay if I can talk about the Larkin Center. Of course, I'm for building a brand new center that has multiple uses for the community, but I think it would be a great idea to put it at the same location simply because we would have the opportunity of benefiting from that additional parking because the city is closed on Fridays, so now you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where the center would be able to benefit from the parking. So I think if we have an opportunity to bring a new center to the community, I think it should be at the same location rather than moving it further away. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Alfred.
David Miller.
David Miller.
Oh.
You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get here. Speed bumps everywhere in my life. Just speed bumps all over the world. Anyway, David Miller, 2621 Northwest 13th Street. I was just joking with that, but figuratively, metaphorically, and literally, there's speed bumps everywhere. But I come up here to speak freely for a moment and also talk about an event, but you know, I'm 40 now, so I'm actually first generation millennial, and I noticed there's a language barrier or a terminology gap between our people. I make events that's cross-generational. Most of you all know that I do events at historical Sam McDougal House and at the Jan Moran Library. So I would like for you all to come to now our Cultural Center Library to look at an art exhibit done by me. Another thing I do is social media marketing. I post for a lot of organizations. You probably will catch me post as myself, but I actually do post for other organizations. And surprisingly, a lot of people say, you guys do a good job, all right? Believe it or not. So there are some things, some terms that came to my mind that I presented after listening to a meeting. Commissioner caught that, and I was glad she caught it because now on social media, it's a conversation, public financing. But anyway, me personally, I'm not one to be in all these meetings and there's a term, you know, we got lingo out here in Pompano, believe it or not. We create a lot of dialogue nationally. So right now, I met out. If I don't know if you understand what met out mean, meetinged out, that just means tired of sitting here talking all the time. But anyway, now the term Commissioner, District 1, me personally, taxed out. Why would I say taxed out? So I would like for y'all to think on that. Taxed out is a very, very serious matter for us in District 5. I don't even know if condo people could be taxed out. I'm not even sure, but if you own multiple properties, you ain't gonna be there too much longer. Unfortunately, it's just seeming that way. Just giving y'all some context clues. Now, for why I'm here. The Circle of Brotherhood has a gun violence breakfast. We want to invite you all to the breakfast. Come and see us speak on the families that we actually love on and stuff. But this is at Greater Antioch Baptist Church. That's going to be the 21st, Saturday, 8 a.m.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
If you could just give-
Last thing, please.
Just give that flyer to the clerk, that'd be great. Thank you.
Look up Village News
Thank you,
article
Mr.
by
Miller.
me
Thank you, Mr.
about
Miller.
the Broward
Thank you,
County
Mr. Miller.
Sheriffs.
Thank you,
David
Mr. Miller.
David
Thank you,
Miller.
appreciate it. Next speaker,
Margaret Luster.
Commissioner Perkins.
What time, David, did you say for the gun violence?
Love when they ask me questions, everybody.
The 21st?
Never. The 21st.
21st?
And it's early, 8 a.m.
8, okay.
Saturday morning on the 21st. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Oh, look up Greater Antioch Baptist Church. Yeah. All right. But the flyer will be here along with my exhibit.
Very good. Next speaker.
Margaret Luster, followed by Andrew Young, followed by Trish Kine.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Reverend Marguerite Lester, 632 Northwest 20th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. I came down here because my mind is very full of a lot of stuff that is going on. Now, the main thing I'm going to talk about first is there's a marker over at Pompano Beach Cemetery that is not being recognized. They recognize the blacks that was put there. I have asked for it to be taken out from where it is, put over to where it can be seen, Mayor. And I will appreciate it when y'all do that, because the history of the blacks in Pompano Beach is not being collected correctly. That's why the late Hayes Umbrella started Rock Rose Restoration, so that we can get that recognized. We want to carry that legacy on. I want to say what you're saying, you got your innovation zone on Martin Luther King Boulevard. That is the only thing that is left in the black area that is historical. Don't tear those buildings down. Talk to the owners. Renovate the buildings. When you go to other cities, you see that. They have places that you can go. They have slaves. They have George Washington in Fort Valley. We got down in the landing in Philadelphia. Just go on and on where you have been. You'll visit all those places, I'm sure. And that I'm going to move right along. Right now, Collier City in certain areas look better than it does over here. And that is simply because we are not getting the care that we need on the northwest side between, I'm going to say, Power Line Road and Dixie Highway. I was going through my papers getting ready to give the historical items I got away. I came across the start of the CRA papers by Sid Jones and Al Calloway, where they went and they brought the CRA to Pompano Beach. And it was not supposed to ever cross Dixie Highway. But when they wanted to take the money and bring it over to the east side, they took it to Fifth Avenue. And that's how you got the CRA money over there, but it was never intended for that area. After you leave that, it's not blighted anymore. Then you go on down and you go to Fifth, and you got Pioneer Boulevard. Well, we got some pioneers over in the black area. And we asked at the time that y'all was doing that y'all would consider. And it was shot down. But now, we got a man who is a historical person. And I heard somebody say, see, I sit in my bedroom and I look at y'all on Tuesday, day and night. I go to sleep sometime. But the other thing is the northwest area, the whole area, is looking slummy. And when I think of that, Liberty Park should have had their roads resurfaced at least about 4 years ago. They let somebody move in, and I'm going to say Cole did this, and Bills and whoever go along with them. And they allowed this person to purchase a house, put up a privacy fence, move a trailer in the backyard, and make it a bed and a breakfast. Now he done put another house on top of that house, and I guess it's a 2-story bed and breakfast. Then they take a fence and nail it onto a concrete fence that is right in front of Captain Stallings' house. They asked him about it. He told me we haven't did the trailer, but now I understand everything have been approved. When do the homeowners and the homeowners association come back to the table to talk about these things? When do you come to me and let me know some events that's happening in my neighborhood? Okay, when do you come and tell me the old Walmart property over there that abuts our land? They told a lie that they was going to keep the bushes clean and trimmed out. They are tearing the people fence. They was hedges, now they tall trees.
Ms. Luster, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up here.
I know I got to wrap it up. Just let me say one more thing. Because my neighborhood, Mayor, is getting slummy. And as the president of the Homeowners Association, it is my job until they kick me out to see that my neighborhood gets looking better.
Absolutely.
It's not an auto workshop. And everybody moving in one place, they got a whole line of cars. Right across the street, they got a 10 up and they working. What is happening to the area? What I need somebody to come and to help us.
Absolutely. Ms. Luster, I commit to you, I will get our code enforcement supervisor, Mario Sotolongo, in contact with you so he can address some of those issues and we can work through them. Thank you for that, though. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And that's going to have to be it for audience to be heard. Any further speakers will be heard at the end of the meeting. Thank you. All right, that takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve items 1 through 3, 5, and 7 through 9?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a state revolving fund amendment 1 to loan agreement SW 0624B0 between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Fessick. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Hi, how are you? So in the backup here, I read that there were delays due to permitting from the Army Corps of Engineers. Where are we at in that process?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, Nathaniel Watson, Acting Utilities Director. They've had a bunch of personnel changes, Army Corps engineers, unfortunately, and we've been the victim of that. So we're still working with the Army Corps with regard to procuring the permit. We do have an active person that's on it now that's processing it through. So, and we're currently going through the city's permitting process as well, too, and obtaining the permits.
Okay, but we are still waiting for the Army Corps.
To my knowledge, yes.
So I pulled this because the Six Terrace Bridge is experiencing similar problems with permitting at the federal agency level. So between the Coast Guard, the Army Corps, Fish and Wildlife, all of that, there are a lot of personnel changes at Army Corps, which we've experienced also, so it's hard to even pin down the right person. And the second you do establish a relationship, they've move on. So as a city, what can we do to better facilitate the process through these federal agencies? I know it's difficult, but we spend a lot of money on lobbyists, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Harrison, if there's anything we can do to improve our ability to push things through the federal level so that our projects aren't stalled.
So the lobbyists don't have anything to do with these permits and applications. These are all administrative people that are hired by the Corps. They have engineering backgrounds, and They just have a process they have to go through, and they're very rigid about it. And we just have to make sure we dot all of our i's and cross the t's and get it done as best we can.
Okay, so I am aware that there are detailed processes they have to go through, and I guess you're saying there's really absolutely nothing as a city we can do besides make sure that we, submit applications properly to help move things along.
It's been my experience when you try to involve lobbyists and other people to push these folks around that they just give you an automatic slowdown, and it's not helpful.
Okay. I would like us to think about what we can do. I know with the Sixth Terrace Bridge, we have a bunch of residents who are very active in emailing about it, and they've helped create more pressure on the agencies, or at least more communication. Because I do think one of the things that happens is we submit, and then if no one really cares about it, because maybe no one's as concerned about this project as they are a bridge that impacts their ability to use their boat, we kind of just sit and wait to hear back. So I just think we need to be more active in our communication, because you were right, you can end up in the wrong spot in a pile as someone's job turnover happens. So thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Hello, thank you. I pulled this simply for two reasons. I'll address the first one with this project. On page, let's see, in the backup, it's page 15 of 25. It says the brief project description, and there's a small map. And it's talking about South Riverside Drive during low tide, but unfortunately in the image, it's showing North Riverside between Atlantic and 14th instead. So that's why there was some confusion for me related to the project. So I would just like to ask you for verification of where this project that you're talking about.
Sure, Commissioner. The footprint of the construction is going to be from Southeast 3rd Street to Southeast 8th Street, and it'll be on South Riverside Drive to Hibiscus Avenue. That's the footprint of the construction. It's going to consist of putting in new catch basins and extending out a stormwater system, and it's also going to include a new pump station for the area as well.
Okay, great. And I know that, so the other reason I pulled this, and thank you for clarifying, just because it was a little confusing in the backup, but thank you for clarifying that. But I almost pulled 5 as well, because I've mentioned this before, that when I first got the agenda, I know that the resolution has to be written a certain way, but again, I had no idea what loan agreement SW0624B0 was, or anything like that. So I'll ask again, and this is again, Mr. Harrison, if we can try to do the best we can to even just maybe note what district it applies to, if it's citywide, or maybe just put something about small terms, like for example, if it is related to a contract or a loan agreement related to a project that people would be more familiar with, then that way at least the people who are interested in attending the city commission meetings or interested about what's happening in their neighborhood, they'd have the opportunity to look at that quickly and see if they want to click on the link and start downloading all of the documents. So I would just, that was the other reason why I pulled it, and almost 5 as well, just because I'd really like to see that clarification for residents to be able to understand what's happening on the agendas. Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And for the benefit of the audience, this particular item will be for District 1, and then the following item will be for District number 4. So.
Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm happy that you brought up the idea about identifying the particular items on the agenda by district, because I've requested that, I want to say about 2 years ago. Yes, and that didn't happen, so just want to say good luck. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion.
Just one more.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor?
So in response to that, I do know that I've heard Commissioner Perkins over and over request that. And for some items, it's difficult because it is citywide, and I understand that it doesn't apply to a district. But it is helpful when it does apply to a district to have it there. And we did briefly, and it disappeared. So I don't know if there's a way to try to do that again. I know it's not going to be comprehensive, so maybe that's confusing to people, but if, we could try.
Very good. Further Commissioner
Yeah,
Fessick?
you want to?
Commissioner Fessick?
Sure, thanks. I was going to let you respond first, but the only thing I'd like to mention is, just so that it's on the record, is number 4 also applies not just to that area, but also because Army Corps of Engineers and staff and everything, just to make sure that people are aware that the timeline has now been pushed back for completion as well.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, could you?
It's been pushed back as far as the loan is concerned. We're still hopeful that we'll be able to push the project forward. Again, we are working with someone. Hopefully this person doesn't become a victim of changing out in the seat as we're progressing forward, but we are making strides toward obtaining the permit.
Thank you, and I know you work hard to try to get these projects done, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, the reason that I requested that we identify the districts, so many people have a difficult time following us when we're talking about the agenda. So I'm constantly receiving calls, is there anything on the agenda for District 4? So if they could read the agenda and see that it's District 4, District 2, or whatever, they would have a better idea and can focus just on that if that's their interest. That was the only reason I requested that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute FDOT District 4 Amendment Number 32 to Inclusive Landscape Maintenance Memorandum of Agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Transportation for additional landscape improvements in the right-of-way of State Road A1A, South Ocean Boulevard, for milepost 9.031 and milepost 9.072, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick. Commissioner?
Hello. I heard from a couple of neighbors, so anything that's happening with the Waldorf Astoria or the Ritz-Carlton or A1A is going to be a little bit of a concern because it's sort of a bottleneck at the moment with construction. So while I understand this particular resolution is related to the landscaping being maintained, installed and being maintained by the Waldorf Astoria, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to help explain it to residents about which small piece it is and how it will likely not impact the travel on A1A.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. I have a site plan here. Maybe that would be helpful to put up. So this is the site plan of the Waldorf Astoria residences. So as you're looking at it, there's a north arrow, so it's north is oriented to the top of the site plan. On the left side of the site plan, that's A1A in the shaded area. So on the right side is the Atlantic Ocean. So that whole gray area is what's considered FDOT scope of work. But there is nothing that's going to go in the right-of-way. Earlier there was some discussion about those medians in the center of the road. That's pretty much centered at this property in the center lane. But there's nothing that's going to occur on that. The only work that'll be is, if you can think of that site now when you drive by, there's an existing sidewalk and a swell. That is the only area that's impacted by this amendment. So pretty much it shifts the sidewalk to the edge of the curb and the landscaping goes on the east side of it. But there is nothing that will interfere with the lanes of traffic on A1A.
Okay. With that said, the sidewalk now, is it any closer to the property, or would the sidewalk remain in the same exact place as it is now?
The sidewalk will be closer to A1A.
Okay. So we have a massive traffic issue there, and I've heard this from pretty much every condo building or residence near there, that there's already a lot of concern about the buildings being built to as close as they can to A1A. I would welcome input from our first responders related to this particular bottleneck, because I've heard it from everybody that not just with construction, but just with cars, season, and the sheer number of people we are adding with these additional buildings, that we might want to consider the option to leave the sidewalk closer to the ocean and give us the ability later on, as time goes on, to potentially even have a wider bike lane or additional wider sidewalk maybe. Or if we do take I'm not sure what the answer is because that's not my job, but the answer that the problem that I hear is that traffic is still an issue and our overbuilding is taking over the narrow, it's becoming a bottleneck there no matter what. So I would just take a little bit of pause to find out if there's any option that would allow the sidewalk or them to just kind of slightly move their landscaping further into their property.
Well, the right-of-way, FDOT right-of-way is whatever the established width is, and it's for 2 traffic lanes in that center lane that's considered a turn lane, which now has that median in it. But, and with an established bike lane, and they have to have that sidewalk. So, and that swell also serves as drainage. So unless there is some taking of that property, there's no way to widen that right-of-way at that location or pretty much anywhere along A1A. So we're kind of bound by the adjacent property owners are right against the edge of the FDOT right-of-way.
So existing, the sidewalk is where those little round bushes are in the image? Or is the sidewalk existing as it sits now? Or like, is it in the picture?
So actually, the landscaping here in this amendment's just what's in the FDOT right-of-way. There is much more landscaping that's going into their property. So, that their idea is to keep all their landscaping together. And similar on the Rio Mar, up on the north end, similar thing. They also shifted the sidewalk with those properties to allow their landscaping plan to be installed as they had designed.
Okay, I think that I've heard also from the folks that are, the ones of Casamar, Rio Mar, the ones on the north, like Northeast 10th area, that they've also had some questions or concerns about some of the landscaping and the pedestrian traffic or the ability for pedestrian traffic. So I would really like to just see if there's any way that we can look at this and give it a pause to sort of get a little bit more of a handle on what residents around that area think about this. And I appreciate that it'll, I'm sure, be beautiful landscaping, but I want to make sure that we're not moving us or not allowing a sidewalk to be moved so that they can put more landscaping in, and even if they maintain it, I've additional questions about that, and I'd really like to get feedback on the residents who live, like, how they do the 500-foot window circle, the residents who are in that area, and have to drive through that area, Terramar even has to drive through that area, how they're going to feel about potentially having a narrower right-of-way. Thank you.
Again, I understand the concern about the traffic flow, but there is no change to the traffic lanes. So I appreciate the fact just more development down there means more cars, more traffic, not to be denied, but I just don't know that this landscaping plan has any bearing on the actual flow in front of the property.
Very good. All right. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just come to the podium. Just your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, fellow commissioners. I didn't get your name, I'm sorry. But my name is Andrew Young. I live at 1340 South Ocean Boulevard, Unit 2207, the Claridge, which is adjacent on the north side to the development of the Waldorf Astoria. Some of the concerns I have in listening to this gentleman are the moving of the sidewalk. That area is so congested already. It's already taken 3 lanes of traffic down to 2 with the installation of a center median that, as you can see in his drawing, is directly in the center and is right next to the ingress to the Waldorf Astoria. So it's already creating traffic backup. It has had some impact on emergency vehicles being able to travel south on A1A. And of course, the backup from the construction, we all know, is it's the fact of life. It's going to happen. But I have some serious concerns also about the height of the landscaping. You have a number of driveways entering and exiting, not only from the Claridge, the Criterion, the Wyndham Hotel, the Brookside, I think it is, rental units, and other units south of that. So depending on the height of the landscaping this gentleman is discussing or presenting, could have some serious safety impacts on people trying to get in and out of their residences. So I have some serious concerns. You mentioned the center aisle. That center aisle, like I said, has taken 3 lanes of traffic down to 2. Now, the center aisle in front of the Ritz-Carlton was removed. And I would like to appeal to this commission, in addition, to consider and do studies for the possible removement of the center aisle that this gentleman has referenced in the roadway. Because again, I believe this is causing concerns for the residents. Safety primarily. Although I don't have pictures today of ambulances that were caught in traffic trying to get to south on A1A, commercial, to get to Holy Cross, I can assure you it has happened, and there have been accidents. You may be aware that there was also a fatality in front of the Ritz-Carlton during heavy construction and traffic flow. So this commission, in my opinion, needs to be very focused on the safety of the residents, not only of this area of Pompano, but to those residents in North Pompano and Lauderdale by the Sea and other residents who travel through here to the restaurants and other recreational facilities in our town. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fasick?
Thank you for coming by and taking the time. That actually was very helpful to me. Is it possible, do you think, to make, well, actually 2 questions. Does this landscaping, is this required, is any of the part of this landscaping required for development services, or is this just to make it pretty on the outside?
It is required by development services to meet their site plan codes for landscaping.
Okay, so by approving this, we're allowing them to use FDOT lanes to appease to fulfill their requirements for plantings on the property.
Well, again, not their lanes, but FDOT right-of-way, with the understanding they're going to maintain it. And to the gentleman's comment about the sidewalk, he brings up a good point. Line of sight is a concern. I think he said he lives in the Claridge. So when you're in the Claridge, you're pulling out to get on A1A to go northbound. Look southbound. If all that landscaping is against the edge of the road, that could be a concern. So with the sidewalk being there, that allows that landscaping to be pushed further back on the property and the right-of-way. That allows a better clean, because absolutely they must maintain line of sight. So that's another thing to be considered. I don't know what the height of the landscaping is, but it cannot violate line of sight requirements for the entering or exiting A1A.
Right. But what I'm seeing here, or what we've discussed, is that the sidewalk would be moving west, not east.
Yes.
So the problem would then be that people would be closer to cars than the landscaping.
Closer to the bike lane, which that there is a requirement. You must have a buffer. So you have to have a curb, which there is a curb in place to protect the pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Okay. Additionally, I kind of find fault with the fact that we're allowing this development or the requirements for trees or landscaping. This is not your issue, to fall into right of way and count, if you will. I'm just not going to be able to support this, because I really have very huge concerns about that particular area, and residents have been talking about this. I know at the 5-star residences, which is nearby there as well, they've mentioned having very real concerns about traffic. And at a visit there, I spoke with many residents who wanted me to be very loud about making sure that we protected as much walkability and sidewalk space and crosswalks, and they all hate the median as well. They, so they want the crosswalks nearby. So the issue is that I think we need to look at this more comprehensively, and I would really, really love to get with Chief McGinnis as well and talk about some of the EMT and fire truck issues, because I've heard it from them when I asked the question about that bottlenecking during season especially. Even after we're done with construction and everything's beautiful, I'd like to make sure that we are poised to make sure we can serve those residents to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We've been hearing about different medians south of Atlantic here. Some I think the city was involved in, and there's just development here. It's not my district, but I get a lot of emails about these medians also and how they have disrupted the traffic flow and the ability for people to turn, or actually, like, there's no turning lanes or space to make the turn. So at one point, I thought we were told that we had remedied this and fixed the medians. It sounds like we have not done that. So what happened?
Well, this same median was adjusted. It was modified. People in the Renaissance 2 had this complaint they didn't have enough turn lane southbound to turn into their garage. That median was chopped off by 50 feet. You can't tell today because the entire A1A has been repaved. 3 or 4 months ago, you could see the fresh pavement. You can't see that now, but 50 feet of that median was adjusted. Another median up on the north towards the Emerald Tower, that one was also adjusted. And it was mentioned about the Ritz-Carlton median removed. My understanding, it's coming back after construction. I can't verify that. But we have made modifications. FDOT's made modifications to those medians.
Okay, so when we were told that we had made modifications, we did, and I think it's probably resolved certain issues, but we still have some of these. I guess I'd like a better understanding. I'm going to go down there and look at it, but of how much of these issues are due to construction versus they're going to be ongoing issues. And I appreciate the pictures and the maps, but I need to go see this because it is not right for a new development to come in and somehow inhibit these other projects or these older developments from having clear access to their properties. So, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
No.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. All right, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item 10 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3501 transit-oriented TO and by amending building typology and placement regulating diagram, townhouse building type A and type B to modify authorized access to townhouse development within the transit-oriented districts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon, Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. This is the second reading of this ordinance. There have been no changes since the first reading. I am available for questions either on the ordinance or any of the items discussed during the first reading.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concern. Commissioner Fezzik?
Just real quick, I thought that, and I might be wrong, but I thought that during this last reading we had a couple of small pieces that we were going to kind of circle back on, and I just wasn't sure if those were addressed internally, because you said there's no changes, so I just wanted to check.
So the discussion centered around the setbacks within the overlay districts. The ordinance itself, given the way the ordinances are structured, the title of the ordinance, the way that they're advertised, we're not able to make amendments to sections that are not affected by the ordinance already. So there is not a way to modify the ordinance prior to second reading to accommodate the items discussed. If we want to discuss setbacks, and truthfully, I don't know that there is enough of a nexus to say that they're related, but we can certainly discuss setbacks in the overlays. It just won't be able to result in any amendment to this ordinance without just denying it and coming back with something fresh.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item number 11 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Central Squared Technologies LLC for support and maintenance services of the city's Naviline ERP Enterprise Resource Planning System, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Furtado.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Allison Furtado, Finance Director. I'm requesting approval for a 5-year renewal of our agreement with Central Square, the provider of the city ERP system. This system is essential to our daily operations and supports everything from financial management and payroll to permitting, code compliance, utility billings, and more. It serves as the operational backbone for multiple departments and ensures the continuity of critical city services. Renewing this agreement will maintain system stability and vendor support and allow us to continue improving and scaling necessary services. This long-term commitment ensures we avoid service disruption and preserves the integrity of the city's administrative and financial functions. That concludes my presentation for the 5-year agreement. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions? Commissioner Fezzik?
So the only question I have, I know we use Naviline pretty extensively within the city because I've seen a lot of requests come back with to say Naviline at the top of it. So how long have we used this program within the city?
We have had this system over 20 years.
Okay. And is it still, in your opinion, has it modified or has it grown or?
It has yes, it's upgrades each time, each year.
So it's more of software as a service then?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything comparable or are we getting a discount by a 5-year plan?
Yes.
Okay. What is our discount approximately?
I didn't hear you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is our discount approximately by a 5-year?
Well, if you do it yearly, you're going to pay more. To say it's a 25% discount, I'm not sure. I cannot answer that question, but it will cost more if you do an annual renewal.
Of course. And is there anything comparable that you've seen? That would
Not
serve
with
services?
Naviline.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 12 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Historic Preservation Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on June 12, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes. I'd like to appoint Barbara Umbrister Boynton.
Barbara M. Armbruster Boynton. Very good. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 13 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Historic Preservation Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on June 12, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Well, I'll go ahead and nominate Mona Silverstein, incumbent, District 5. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That takes us up to item number 14 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving the form of a ground lease agreement and authorizing the execution of a ground lease agreement in connection with each series project as more fully described herein, approving the form and authorizing the execution of a master trust agreement to provide for the issuance from time to time thereunder of one or more series of certificates of participation as more fully described herein, approving the form of a supplemental trust agreement, supplementing the master trust agreement, and authorizing the execution of a supplemental trust agreement relating to one or more series of certificates of participation to be issued pursuant to the master trust agreement and authorized herein, authorizing the issuance in one or more series of tax-exempt and/or taxable certificates of participation evidencing an undivided proportionate interest of the owners thereof in basic rent payments to be made under a master lease purchase agreement, Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, by the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, subject to the parameters set forth herein, including that the aggregate principal amount of such certificates shall not exceed $137 million, as more fully described herein, providing for the appointment of a trustee under the master trust agreement as supplemented, approving the form and authorizing execution of a master lease purchase agreement, Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, relating to the series projects, approving the form and authorizing execution of a lease schedule to be delivered in connection with each series project, approving the form of an assignment of lease agreement, approving the form of an assignment of ground lease agreement to be delivered in connection with each ground lease, authorizing the delegated and negotiated sale of each series of certificates of participation, Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, specifically authorized herein, and establishing certain parameters of such sale, approving the form and authorizing the execution of a certificate purchase contract relating to each series of the certificates of participation, Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, specifically authorized herein, subject to the parameters set forth herein, authorizing obtaining a commitment for a municipal bond insurance policy and/or reserve account, surety bond, securing a series of the certificates of participation, the Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, specifically authorized herein, and the execution of related agreements with the insurer, approving a form of preliminary offering statement and authorizing execution and delivery of a final offering statement and related matters relating to each series of the certificates of participation, the Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, specifically authorized herein, approving the form and authorization execution of a continuing disclosure certificate and related matters relating to each series of the certificates of participation, Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, specifically authorized herein, authorizing all required actions in connection with the issuance of the series of certificates of participation, the Civic Facilities Master Lease Program, specifically authorized herein, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Sybil.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. This item, once again, is requesting approval of form financing documents with certain set parameters as it relates to meeting our obligation to construct certain civic facilities within our new downtown. Last June, the City Commission approved a master development agreement, which approved an alternative financing mechanism. We call it private financing directly with the master developer. We are proposing that we directly finance those facilities as the city, and resulting in estimated savings of about $100 million over the 30-year financing term. There are no changes to the form documents since first reading, and that concludes my comments, subject to questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Machado, 111 Briney Avenue. This particular item goes directly to what Ms. Fezzik was just saying earlier about identifying agenda items as to what project or district they are referring to, because in this almost 2 pages worth of language, there's nowhere until you get to the very, very bottom in the parentheses that says downtown master development. So I saw on Facebook what it was about, but reading this, you have no idea. And second, it's 2 pages worth of language that basically no one can understand. There's nothing in here that tells me what it's actually referring to. It keeps saying herein, but there's nothing herein that says what it's actually about. So maybe if there was a way to make the language, I understand there's legal concerns, but if there was language that we could better understand, we would have an idea of exactly what's going on and exactly what you're voting for. And since it's our tax dollars, it would be nice if we could understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I address that statement that was just made?
Mr. Alford, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Susan, there is information which will take you to the website and provide you additional information in layman's terms that you can actually follow. So we provide all that information on our website that will take you there. There's actually a page on, I believe it's the third page on the agenda, that would actually take you to that site on our page that will provide you clear, yes. Okay, all right, thank you.
Very good, thank you, Mr. Alford. Next speaker.
Hello, David Miller. Really quick, I'm glad Commissioner Perkins actually caught what I said when she said that it's hard to understand these. It's not actually common language. And again, I'm Met-Ot, trying to explain what you guys vote on in my neighborhood, Met-Ot. But anyway, I just got up here to say that I would like for us to study other cultures, because this isn't Georgia, all right? And I mentioned before, people misunderstood me when I said let's look at Japanese architecture, because these are cultures that deal with tight spaces. We 24 square miles, and the downtown area is not the city of Pompano. So look at other cultures other than people that got a whole lot of massive 18-wheeler traffic, and we're all fastly turning into foot traffic. We're actually becoming a pedestrian city almost at this point. So I was just wanting to say that when it comes to all the jargon, and it gets down to that point, it made me think to say, let's look at cultures that handle these issues, because cultures provide solutions. Reason why our culture department gets so much funding. The arts has given answers. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
You didn't stop the clock.
Name and address.
Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach. I personally think it's your fiduciary duty to vote no on this project. And why? Because you're talking about $250 million that the taxpayers will have to fund instead of about $140 million. There's no way this project goes at $250 million. Absolutely not. When this is not necessary at all in the first place. We do not need a new city hall. We do not need a parking garage, and we do not need the other building that you want to put up. So if it's a no vote, you don't do it. And I believe on a yes vote, you're also giving up any powers that the commission could look at in the future. I'm not too positive on it. This is so confusing to read. Anything that's more than 2 paragraphs, I would just vote no on if I was up here anyway. You're just going, this is crazy. And you know what? I don't even think the city lawyers wrote this. I think somebody else wrote this. Another firm wrote this. This doesn't look like something from the city. But this is a no vote, without a doubt, because you are not going to spend up to $250 million on something that is not needed. Remember, we already spent $181 million on bonds, and a lot of those projects were not needed, and neither is this.
Very good, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, Cindy Duarte, 932 Southeast 10th Court, Pompano Beach. I sit here and I look at social media and lots of input from everywhere, and I agree with Mr. Swirsky. I mean, who the hell knows what this is? But when you have 3 commissioners who don't have enough information or who want to reevaluate what's happening on this, and you continue to go ahead, that's really disrespectful of the 3 commissioners, especially the commissioner who's most affected by her district by this project. When you look at, I fully support development redevelopment of the Northwest Corridor. They need some help. So, yes, but I think it should be done in accordance with what the people in the Northwest Corridor think should happen and what they want, not what 3 people who don't have any jurisdiction over that section of town think should happen. And I will use Mr. Berman's words, I don't think everybody should pay for a meal that they don't want and that they never ordered. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Willie Jones, Pompano Beach. I come to talk a little bit about what's going on. I'm a little perplexed. And where it comes is that I spent a lot of time with the late E. Pat Larkins. And a lot of our conversations talked about legacy. Legacy is leaving something behind so the people in the future know what was accomplished. Legacy is leaving it to specific people for specific reasons. I've heard that term used. I've heard generational wealth. Generational wealth goes way beyond dollars and cents. Generational wealth goes to legacy. What's there? What was the intent? By removing the EPAT Lock-in Center as we see it to replace it with this here, what are we actually doing? Are we looking at progress? Are we eliminating legacy? Are we eliminating history? Are we eliminating culture for the reasons of dollars and cents for progress? When you vote, you're not voting dollars and cents, you're voting history. Either we're going to keep it here, we're going to recognize it, or we're going to eliminate it. Now, what does that mean? Is it a building? Is it a block? Or is it a plaque? I can tell you what it is, if it moves forward, is erasing history in Pompano Beach. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, refrain from applause. Thank you. Next speaker.
How y'all doing? My name is Miss Smoke. This is Miss Pat Lockins. She want to speak.
Good afternoon, Ms. Larkins.
Good afternoon. This is the second time. It's the same. I think it's really fair for them to keep it where it is. You don't have to make it a city, let it get what it needs to be done to it now. And let it stay there. But that's really good for our commissioner.
Take your time.
To let it stay where it is and get it fixed so it would be really remember with it all of us who so want it to be.
Okay, y'all heard Miss Lockins. Miss Lockins.
Ms. Duncan, Ms. Duncan, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Larkins, that was her time. Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker. His name and address to the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Dominic Lewis, 400 Northeast 2nd Street, and several other property addresses in Pompano Beach. I just want to take a moment to just say thank you to Ms. Pat Larkins that just came up and spoke, because she left a foundation for people like me. Because many times, people grew up in Pompano Beach, especially across the tracks, and they used to say, why do I have to take second place just because I'm black? And unfortunately, today you have many people saying the same thing. Why are they taking second place just because they're black? Why, Mayor Hardin? Can you answer that question? Well, there's been a lot of talk about this new downtown, and I met many wonderful people in the process, both commissioners and CRA alike. But I can tell you, as a product of someone that grew up in Miami, and if you look at gov-to-gov marketing or city-to-city marketing, and you look at the city of Miami Beach, for example, world-renowned city, the city hall was constructed in 1938. What year was this city hall constructed that we're going to tear down? I spoke to Ms. Bruce Meister, and again, I'm all about development. I think it's great. I think we need to start doing way more development, especially in technology. You all just unanimously approved ERP software that cost the city $1.2 million. No one asked what is the consumption. No one asked how many users are on it. No one asked any relevant question that matters, except we're paying millions of dollars. Now imagine a $1 billion project. $2,000 million project. We just cannot just stamp it, approve, and move on. The downtown Pompano City Hall is not going to be the anchor. It's 2025, people. Get with the program. I'm holding all of you all accountable. Since Mr. Mayor Rex Hardin, since you were the commissioner of District 3, you would say, oh yeah, sidewalks are coming. Still today, we don't have sidewalks. We can't even walk around the block. But you're talking about doing a $2 billion project? Uncle Thomas came. Now, wonderful Mayor Fournier, and she's doing a great job, no offense. But we don't even have sidewalks. You're talking about a $2 billion project. What are we smoking in Pompano Beach? Tell me, because I want some.
Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Michelle Grooms, 1589 Northwest 7th Lane. I am a product of Pompano. I'm a third generation. My family has been here for a while. We take pride in that. But what concerns me, just like many of our other speakers that came before me, is the impact on our citizens. Business is great, development is great, but if we're not putting that money back into the citizens that are paying the taxes, we have a problem. So the situation, like they were saying about parking, I'm concerned about traffic. I grew up in a small town all my life. I moved to Miami and I was like, oh my goodness, you know, we don't want to overdevelop our areas either. Pompano has been a wonderful small town. We can still do business without sacrificing the immediate needs of our citizens. We talk about sidewalks, we talk about flooding, we talk about drainage, we talk about landscaping, and that's one of the other things. We had a homeowners association meeting, Liberty Park, and there were so many concerns as far as landscaping. We know we love the trees, they're beautiful, but guess what? We have to maintain what you put down there, and they're not always the most cost-effective thing to do. Cost a lot to trim trees, cost a lot to look beautiful. You have a new thing that you're coming out with the solar. Maybe we need to look about things that are going to go back into the community, like tree trimming. Maybe a contract for that. Maybe something for beautification. We have an aging population. We can't just discard them. So if you're going to bring in business, make sure it doesn't negatively impact our citizens, especially our seniors. We need to sow back into the community. So when you start looking at budget items, look at those services first. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Air Drive. I just want to say that whenever people who look mostly like you all up there make decisions for an entire community that looks mostly like Commissioner Perkins, it's bad optics.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let her speak.
This is the second time that I have seen Mrs. E. Pat Larkins pull herself together and come here to lobby her case. This community's memories, their identity, their faith in this city live in that building, and they get to decide if they want to keep it. And what they should never have to experience is the city using people in the CRA, members of their own community, trying to pit them against each other on an issue. That's happening in my community, and there's no need for it. It is not leadership to do that. It's kind of cheating. And it's cheating from a position of power that these folks don't have. I've heard these people, and I've been educated by listening to folks in District 4 and 5, telling me how they grew up and remember bean fields there. Some of them worked them, some of them their parents and grandparents did. They get the decision. You do not get it. This is not a nanny state.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you once again, let her speak, please.
A lot of you are registered members of parties that often claim to have their best interests at heart. But it doesn't look like that when you come in and you sweep over them and you make decisions that are theirs to make. Please rethink that, because more and more people like me who don't even vote with the same party look at that and we're disgusted by it. We don't like it in our neighborhood, where we have former city officials pitting neighbors against neighbors over an issue that just needs to be litigated in the court and is not personal. Stop it. Grow up. Do better.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from the applause. Next speaker.
Hi, David Hall, Pompano Beach. The vote today is really simple. It's 4 words. Save the taxpayers' money. That's it. Everything else going forward can be debated down the road. We really have a lot of time. Not approving the cheaper money will just cost the taxpayers $100 million more. Not voting for the cheaper money will not stop the new city hall. It's being built. It'll just get into our pockets for significantly more money. The consequences to the taxpayers have not changed since it was voted on in the affirmative last reading. It'll just be more costly. Our new downtown has been debated and planned for 25 to 30 years. Literally hundreds of meetings have been held over this time, almost 100% of them open to the public, with multiple commission votes along the way. Relitigating how previous commissions voted years ago is opening Pandora's box. Anything on a whim can be redone. Over the last 6 months, close to a dozen meetings have taken place with subject experts, been open to the public, noticed and marketed to everyone in this city, even to the objection and exacerbation of some commissioners. To all that have participated in the multitude of meetings, kudos, we all should. But you can't help people if they don't want to find the information, look up agenda items, involve themselves in meetings, or ask the commissioners questions. You can't live like an ostrich in your city, head buried in the sand, pull it out and realize you don't like what's happening around you, and then decide to bless everyone with your opinion. Of course you can speak up because this is the greatest country on earth, but serious people, including this elected body, should dismiss those ostrich thoughts. I've listened intently during previous commission meetings to people speaking during audience to be heard, stumbling, bumbling, and getting facts wrong regarding agenda items like sewage vacuum trucks, piggyback agreements, and manhole covers. It was laughable and sad all at the same time. There's no possible way that the average Jane and John Doe could understand the intricacies of a $2 billion project. discussing these detailed intricacies here at the commission meeting, hoping people get up and speak about the intricacies, is a disservice to the process and only adds confusion where it should not exist. Hammering out the minutia is done one-on-one meetings via the commissioners and city staff. Thankfully, because I too would have been lost unpacking this agreement, I have the benefit of having a buddy who lives in this city, District 1, who's a retired developer. Great old guy who knows a lot about projects like this. Think about the seaport in Boston, which was a $20 billion public investment. I asked him to read the agreement and documents. What I am saying is based on his analysis and explanation of my questions and where we are. As a resident, he's all for the new downtown and said there isn't anything in this agreement that isn't common or out of the ordinary in public-private projects. Now, we should have additional public input about aesthetics, where things might go, where the community improving ideas, and what we should include. While not everything can be included because money matters, we should have a large pool of ideas to choose from. Today's vote is for saving us money. Please be the fiduciaries you are and vote on the only thing this item is about, the cost of money.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please be quiet. I'm going to ask you to please be quiet a second time. Let people speak without being interrupted. Thank you. Next speaker. Let's try and respect people.
Thank
while
you
they're
so much for
speaking.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name's Donald. I'm a visitor. I had a pleasure being at your meeting today. I've heard a lot about plants and pets versus people. And now I hear about $1 billion bills or whatever you guys are signing, $1 million bills. God bless the money. My disappointment is I just recently had to donate, some friends of mine just recently had to donate a bunch of crayons to an elementary school because they're short on supplies. But we're talking about $1 million, $1 billion, a new city hall, whatever, tearing down a new building that could be used for tutoring for kids. So I'd just like to say, maybe we should reevaluate what you're debating. You guys have a blessed day.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold the applause. Next speaker. Miss Luster, we can get a microphone to you if you need to speak. Yeah, Miss Luster, you can stay in your seat. We'll get you a microphone. You can speak next. You'll speak next. Go ahead, sir.
Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I came to stand today just to give honor to God, who's the head of my life. And I just want to say to this commissioner, today you have an opportunity to make a decision. And like I've been saying from time and time, every meeting I come to, you all represent your districts. District 4, listen to them. Listen to what the people got to say. I'm going to say what the Spirit had for me to say. Pompano is better than this. We can work together if we all just come together and get it right. But whenever we're not respecting one another, we're not respecting each other's districts, and we clashing, it's a problem. Now, we have an opportunity to make it better. We can make it better, but we got to work together, and at the same time, we got to respect one another. We shouldn't have no disagreements, no clashing with the commissioners and stuff. And I just want to say, Pompano is better than that. We can make it better than that, but I always say, listen to what the people need in their district. I keep saying it, everybody got what they want on the other side, but when it come down to our side, we don't get what we want. Pompano is better than that. We can grow, we can be better than what we are, Mayor, but we gotta respect one another, and especially District 4. District 4 is asking for things, District 5, there's a lot of things we need over there, and I see we can improve, but once we come into the point where we're not listening to one another, especially when I look at a man that have served this community for many years, and that was Patty Larkins, a legacy. This man did a lot of things for this community, and he stood for good. But one thing I know about Pat, he listened to his people. We're in 2025 now, and it's a lot of confusion that's going on. We can make this all go away if we just listen to the people. And if you listen to the people in the district, I guarantee you, you'll be right back in that seat next year. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next, Kerwin, can we get this microphone for Ms. Lester?
Of a Marguerite Lester, 632 Northwest 20th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. I'm here to speak about the building of Pat Lockins. I was one of the people that worked on getting the building over here. I was there when Pat looked at the found papers and he said, a bad word, they done took 13 feet off of this building. And he brought back in the contractor, the guy from the beach, and the little lady used to smoke the cigars. They was the main ones that came. Emma Lou Olson made sure she wanted it not to be. But he stood and we stood our grounds. We fought for that building. It has a meaning. Lots of events are taking place at Pat Lockins. It's not just the Northwest that use it. Everybody comes over and use it. You even have a voter's site set up there. You have a voter's registration site there now. I'm going to ask you, please do not tear down history. Once you move Pat Lockins, history is gone. You can't establish it. The name will not establish the historical part of the building. The building established the historical part of it. Pat Lockins, I worked with him. He fought hard for all people, but the Northwest area was where he lived and he seen the blight, and he fought for it. You had Luther McNeil, who y'all don't even mention. You have Johnson that y'all don't talk about, that brought the veteran program in here. All of these things happen. I'm asking you, don't tear it down. And what I'm hearing that is going on, well, different people going and talking to different people, members, family members, people in the community. Don't lower your dignity a few $1,000s. Hold up your respect. We are not no people who are hungry. If we're hungry, we grow a garden. I'm asking you, where are you going to put the Pat Lockins building? You talking about it. There's not a piece of land out here big enough to put Pat Lockins building in a nice parking area. The only place you got big enough to do that left is Old Jones quarters over there. That's the only place that could house Pat Lockins. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, hard as we work, sitting up, going to meetings, people walking out of the meeting that we used to talk to and needed to talk to, don't take and tear down Pat's name. Pat fought for a lot of things in this community, not just for me. He fought for whites too. So please, leave Pat Lockins. I have respect for everybody that come down here every week and talk. I sit in my bedroom and watch them. Those people, they work hard in the community, not only for the Pat Lockins building, but they work for the community to be. And while I'm on it, y'all need to trim the trees on Martin Luther King coming out from 6th Avenue. I know I'm over.
Very good.
You need to trim the trees.
Thank you, Ms. Lester.
I don't almost get run
I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Lester. Thank you. Next speaker. Any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. All righty. I just want to make sure, I want to verify a few things. Currently, this has nothing to do with any removal, relocation of the Pat Lockins Center. This item today is not associated in any way with any decision made by on the Pat Lockins. Can you verify that, Suzette, please?
Sure, I can. So what we did is we left funding in the bonds for, it's about 10.3 million, and that was the initial funding if we were going to replace with the new EPAT Larkin Center. So what we discussed with Commissioner Perkins at one point is the wish to renovate in place. So we left the funding in there saying that it still gives the flexibility, but if for whatever reason that decision changes and there's a wish to build new,
Right.
that we would have to bring the
Yeah.
item back to the city
So-
commission for consideration.
So, but today's item I'm talking about, this has just to do with the funding. That's all to be determined in the future.
Right.
Okay, so talk to me, well, correct me if I'm wrong, as property values increase, which is the objective to bring economic opportunity and value and jobs and housing, affordable housing as well, to the area, property values will, Mayor, can this group
Commissioner,
over here give me the courtesy
Excuse me,
and respect?
Commissioner Sigerson, and just, Mr. Skaversky, I'm going to ask you to be quiet. Thank you.
So as the value of these properties and the tax revenue that comes from the increased value of these properties goes, that money then goes back, or whatever portion of the TIF revenue, the tax revenue, goes back into the CRA. We had someone talk about reinvesting in the community. And correct me if I'm wrong, and if we need Claudia up here, great. That TIF revenue, by law, goes back into the CRA for further improvements in the CRA district for the life of the CRA. Can't be used elsewhere within the city, can't go to the east side, can't go to the north side, can't go to the south side. No, any increased TIF revenue garnered from the increased values of property in the Northwest CRA must, by law, stay in the CRA. Would you confirm that that's a correct statement, simply? Yes.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right, so that's good. So we are set to reinvest back into the community. And the other thing, if you, can you just expound a little bit about the difference between private financing and public financing? Because it appears to me that some residents are feeling that there will be an extra burden placed upon them in the way of, I think someone said, a $2 billion bond, or some way. Can you just kind of simplify the difference? And I know the private financing element is already in place. If this doesn't pass, if we say, no, we don't want to do the public financing, we will go back to the private financing. And because of your ability to, when you say public, can you just expound who is the public and what do you mean by public financing?
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier this afternoon, last June, the City Commission and the CRA Board approved private financing. So what do I mean by that? We have a master developer, Roca Point Partners, and they offered to finance the civic facilities on behalf of the city. So in other words, loan us the money to construct our obligations relative to the downtown, and we would in turn pay them back, their funding, over a 30-year time frame. Private financing usually is more expensive than traditional public financing, just because the private sector, they're for profit.
Sure.
There's usually a premium on the
So
interest
what
rate.
is public financing?
So public financing, it just means that the city's going to directly issue their own debt to construct those civic facilities in the downtown.
And who is the purchaser of that debt? How does that actually work?
So for this type of issue, it's about $137 million, we would be doing a public offering. So what that means is you approve the form documents this evening, we go out, we design those facilities, And then once that design is complete and the costs are, we know what the actual costs are for the bonds within the parameters
Okay.
approved by the city commission, we go out, we get a rating. So we have to go through a credit review process as part of that to make sure that our finance plan to repay that obligation. And again, what that finance plan encompasses is that the whole idea is for the downtown revenues, land sales, and tax increment from that new development will pay back the amount we borrow over the same 30-year time frame. We get a better interest rate by doing it that way.
So who
we go to the
who
public
generally
marketplace, investors will purchase the certificate.
investors, large investment firms,
Exactly.
REITs,
Stanley,
banks.
I mean, there are different ones, but you have institutional investors. Individuals can purchase those certificates through their broker, their investment broker as well, if you want to hold a certificate of a municipal bond or otherwise. Usually we can advertise those. We'll advertise when it's time to go to market, those certificates for sale, and anybody in the public has the ability to purchase an interest.
Right. So it's not a burden borne to the residents of the city.
No, because
they can participate.
Downtown pays for it, right?
But there's no requirement. So this is, and you feel confident that we would be successful at offering these certificates of participation.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and obviously, any municipal corporation, I mean, I don't think it goes without saying that we operate, everything that we do operates on tax dollars. So, we don't have a money tree out back where we're plucking it from. This is all taxpayers' money going forward. But so, just to reiterate, there is no decision being made about the EPAT Larkins. No, it's no decision to say we're tearing it down, we're moving it. This has nothing to do with EPAT Larkins. And all the TIF revenue and the improved property values go back to the Northwest CRA and are reinvested in that. And this is not a burden on the taxpayers. And if we don't, if this doesn't pass for the public financing, then we're going to go and we have to do the 8% with the private financing, and that's it. That's pretty cut and dry. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins, do you have something? Oh, okay. I got Vice Mayor then.
Yeah, I have some issues I want to address, but I first want to respond to a couple of things that Commissioner Segerson-Eaton said. First of all, yes, the incremental tax revenue on the increased tax base in the Northwest CRA stays in the Northwest CRA. But it's really important to know that the Northwest CRA is 3,084 acres of land. It's one of the biggest CRAs in the entire country. And most of that TIF revenue has been spent in very limited target areas of the CRA, most of which is in the 2 acres east of Dixie Highway. So the idea that it gets reinvested in the industrial or in any of the neighborhoods has been
Ladies and gentlemen, please let her finish.
a bit of the false narrative that's gone on with the Northwest CRA for years. It was part of the $10 million settlement back in 2018 when the county stopped doing matching funds because the neighborhoods felt left out, because in that 3,084 acres, there are a ton of neighborhoods that have not seen any investment go to them. So the investment has been along the corridor of MLK.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from the applause. Let the commissioner speak. Vice Mayor.
It's gone to the infrastructure in Old Town, the backyard. It's paid rent to former commissioners. It's done all kinds of things, but it hasn't really hit the neighborhoods of the Northwest. So I think that gets to the problem here for me, which is trust. So that what Commissioner Segerson-Eaton said is true. It stays in the Northwest CRA, but the people in the Northwest CRA don't trust that they're going to see it because they never have. So that is the process that has been broken for years here, and is what I said at the last meeting. I have more to say, but I want to ask one question and have it very clearly on the record. So the MDA requires a vote on civic buildings. We're not doing that today, but it is explicit that it requires the commission to approve the concepts for the civic buildings.
That's correct.
If this body is deadlocked on that, if we cannot come up with a plan that we approve of for the civic buildings, what happens? Perhaps Ms. McKenna needs to answer that, but this is the gateway to that, so.
As I've circulated, Mr. Berman and I circulated a memo to all of you about how it works. The City Hall design concept is a decision that you all make. If you can't agree on the design and the developer were to conclude that your disagreement was unreasonable, you unreasonably withheld your approval, then there is a dispute resolution process in the agreement. Means that we would try and work it out first directly with the city contract administrator and the developer. Secondly, if that doesn't work, it would go to mediation. And if mediation is not successful, then the developer could sue us for the claim that the consent was unreasonably withheld. And what unreasonable means is you can't have your personal bias, you can't have I just don't like it. There's got to be some reasonableness to not consenting to the design.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Please provide your name. Your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Claudia McKenna, CRA attorney and city special consultant.
Thank you.
Very good. But
Thank you, Claudia.
Just for a second, Vice, I just want to make sure we rein back into what we're discussing. This is all about the public financing for the
Do
city.
you not think I know what this item is about?
I'm just trying to make sure.
I'm just checking.
Yeah,
Do you not think I'm aware of what we're talking
Vice
about?
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just trying to make sure we were talking about the same thing. We're not talking about.
So Commissioner Eaton talked about TIF revenue and property value increases and the project, and I didn't hear you say anything.
Just trying to remind everybody what we're talking
I think
about.
it's really important that people understand, because we had so much conversation about what happens per this agreement, what the future steps are, right? What if we vote yes to this, what happens next? So I have one more question for Ms. McKenna, if that's okay with you. So we have heard a lot about a referee, and I did see your memo, and I appreciate that. So can you put on record also that the civic items do not go to the referee, or do they?
Let me try and be as precise as I can be. When you say civic items, that's more broad than what your consent is to design concepts. So if we're just talking about design concept, that does not go to the referee. That follows the process that I just explained. If you're talking about decisions relating to the civic buildings generally, like the lease terms, some things, operational things that are delegated to the city contract administrator, that would go to the referee.
Okay, so the plan of, let's just talk about Pat Larkin Center. What if it's deadlocked 3-3? What happens?
That would be an analysis by the developer as to whether or not the approval of whatever it is relating to the Pat Larkin Center was unreasonable.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think we'll get there, and I hope we don't. And as I said the last time, this item is about financing. It's not about the substance of the downtown. But what it is about is the process and trust also. Every decision we make is about process and trust and how it's done. And at the last meeting, I asked for a few things. I subsequently asked our city manager for a few things. I was very clear about what my expectation was going forward, that this process changes, that the year of division and pitting families and people in the neighborhoods against each other and forcing ramming a 15-year-old plan down people's throats, that all of that gets reevaluated and changes. And as part of that, I expect that we have the right people working on this and that the wrong people exit this project. And I have yet to see that. I also believe that we need real engagement, both in the Northwest and probably in other parts of the city, because while we like to say that this is a District 4 project, It's actually a city project. We're sitting in District 3 right now, and this is going to be sold to pay for the buildings that we're going to construct in District 4. It is all so integrated. Some of the CRA bonds will be floated for infrastructure, will be paid by the 3,084 acres in the CRA. This is paid by the entire city, these certificates. So it is the entire city that is going to pay for this. So as we're sitting here today, I see the same visionless plan of a city hall, and I've had so many people come up to me. I can't go anywhere without being told, why are we just putting a city hall there? I mean, can you think of something stupider to do with our money? And it's not that and these are people who are not anti-development. These are probably some of Dave Hall's friends, but they don't think a city hall is the right anchor or idea. Yeah, I just said you have friends. But really, in the last 2 weeks, what I've heard on the streets, too, has been really troubling. It's as if the city has kind of doubled down on this strategy of pitting people against each other, of reaching out to family members, trying to undermine certain commissioners, to support people who are plotting against some commissioners, and instead of spending the time and energy to do the right things, to stop, clear out this brush and let's get some light into the forest and see what's going on. And I have no belief that that's going to happen based on what has transpired over the last 2 weeks. It's really disappointing. So I will not be asked to make huge decisions for the taxpayers of Pompano while trapped in a circus tent that has been erected by the city itself with the city consultants. I will not do it. I won't teeter on the brink of maybe gentrification or being accused of that in the future without having the right data and engagement to know that I'm not making those type of decisions. I looked at our city manager and I said, how could you expect me to make a decision with the information you've given us? We've got countless people coming up to the podium with different opinions, and I hear everyone, but where is the data? Where is the study? Where is the community engagement? Show me where you asked people what they want in the downtown. Both the Northwest District, my district, show me when you asked that, not when you told them what they were getting. So I will not strap the entire city with debt. I will ask the city manager to give us the information we need, but we need a transparent process, a real vision, and something we can be proud of in order to move forward. I maintain that we need a workshop on this as a commission to talk about what I believe should be a civic concept plan instead of just a city hall. Let's get the right elements. Let's come to an agreement so that we are not so divided up here at every meeting and we're not sitting here for 6 hours. And let's talk about it. But right now, I personally would like to table this item, and I'm going to make that motion again because I am not ready to vote on it, because what I have seen over the last 2 weeks has worried me more than what I saw over the last year. So with that, I would like to make the motion to table this and then have a workshop on the actual project before we vote on the financing.
Motion to postpone this, postpone?
Table it. Table.
And we need to have a time to postpone it till.
Oh, it's tabling it until we're ready.
Postpone to a date certain, date and time certain.
I want to table it.
Postpone is the term.
Fine. So I don't have a date. Okay. So after we do a workshop. Okay. Give me 1 second to look at a calendar. We're off in August. Yeah, the first meeting in September.
September 9th.
September 9th.
September 9th.
Yes.
Postpone.
I would like to make a motion to postpone this till September 9th and do a lot of real work and a workshop in the meantime. Get us the data and allow us to feel good about the decisions we're making.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and second. We postpone this until September
9th.
September 9th.
No, not yet. Okay, go ahead.
Wait.
No, I just had I just had a question.
September 9th. Okay, well, first I'm going to represent or ask on Ms. McKenna. Yes, Ms. McKenna?
If I may, Mayor, there is a deadline in the master partnership agreement relating to the...
I'm sorry, wait. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet so we can hear what's going on. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McKenna.
There's a deadline in the master partnership agreement relating to going ahead and proceeding with the private financing. It's August 15, so I would suggest that perhaps we try and table to a date prior to that date.
Thank you for that information. Vice Mayor, any?
I'm happy to attempt to do it at the last July meeting. I don't know how it'll go. I mean, if we get everything done, look, I don't control that. I'm available. So,
It's
so
your
we
motion.
can, July 22nd is the last meeting then,
So your motion,
or August recess. So I guess postpone to July 22nd.
27th, okay?
Second.
22nd, 2-2.
Second.
Okay, so postpone, the motion is postpone till July 22nd, this item, and direct city staff to hold a workshop prior to that to discuss items having to do with the downtown.
I'll elaborate on the workshop, but I don't think that's right now.
Okay. Okay, first I've got Commissioner Fessick, then I've got Commissioner Smith, then I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Okay, thank you.
And this is on the motion to postpone.
Correct, on the motion to postpone. So I happen to know the September 9th date, Vice Mayor, because I had the same plan in place. I have a few questions, and while we have our CRA attorney and Mr. Berman, I guess I wasn't counting on that. So, Mr. Berman, I know this is about the motion, but this is the reason why I have questions and potentially concerns for a workshop as well. Potentially a workshop.
Okay.
Is it not loud enough?
Microphone would help.
It's on.
I know.
Going back to this, now that Ms. McKenna has just said that we have a timeline to work within before August something, is there, I was going back through the MDA a couple more times, and I get this. Is there a termination clause in the MDA?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, there's no termination clause. We have obligations in the MDA that we entered into to construct these facilities and for the developer to construct the facilities. The question now, obviously, is how do we pay for this? That's what we're looking at. We cannot terminate this obligation and terminate the MDA. We cannot, this is not a simple service contract where you can just terminate.
Okay. Could you tell me why there isn't a termination clause in the agreement?
There isn't a termination clause because you're asking a developer and the city to contract and come to terms for a multi-billion-dollar development, and there has to be representations made on both sides and commitments made. Those commitments were made after multiple public meetings, public hearings, and meetings and workshops with the City Commission. This has been done. This has already been agreed to and contracted with.
Okay. I remember in our previous meeting, we had the discussion about both Ms. McKenna and you not being city contract attorneys. And at previous meetings, we had representation from Bill Sundberg sitting in the audience, and I'm not sure if there's anyone here that was working on that contract present today. Ms. McKenna, is there?
We did not bring them back today. We wanted to be able to field the questions. There were also discussions about the billing and the expenses being excessive, and we wanted to try and control that by answering your questions today. But Ms. McKenna, do you have anything?
Well, before I get there, I didn't actually say that the billing was excessive. I said that I was concerned about how much we were paying somebody, and in this, the final meeting, I would have, or what would be essentially the final meeting, I would have hoped that they would have been here.
Commissioner Fessick, I'm sorry.
I'm still in the
let's stay focused on the motion to postpone, please.
I am focused on the motion to postpone, and this is going to make a big difference. So I am also tired of being interrupted. Thank you for Ms. McKenna. You also were in partnership as part of the team. Is there a reason why this was not part of the MDA, no termination clause?
I think what Mr. Berman said is accurate. There are provisions relating to circumstances that could lead to a termination, but they relate to failure to meet obligations. And I think that's the challenge that we're dealing with in trying to respond to your questions, because what we have is we went out and said we want a master developer to come in and do this project. And so this public-private partnership establishes all of the rights and obligations of both parties, and it contemplates that we will get all the way to the finish line for the project.
Thank you. So this is how it was playing into the motion, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to I wanted to look at this, and this is the reason why I was planning on the same motion, because when you're asking us to protect the city as much as possible by, and yes, I understand this is about bonds, we have to ask these questions. And so I was going to ask that we have a little bit more time to absorb that. I would fully support this motion, and I have lots more reasons why I'm happy to get into later to stay on topic, but that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
I too was considering bringing up a workshop, but not for this topic. For this topic, I feel we have an obligation to vote for public funding, and it has nothing to do with what we're going to end up having with the civic buildings or anything in the downtown or anything to do with EPAT Larkins. This is just smart financing. I'm not disagreeing that we shouldn't discuss more about the downtown and the civic buildings, because I too wrote notes earlier that we do need to do some workshopping. We need to learn how to work together better. But I feel that put the risk of financing on hold or postponed. It's something we need to address, and we need to move forward, and I feel we need to do that tonight. So I will not be voting to move to table this or postpone this item.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes, thank you. I as well. We have had this discussion. This has nothing to do with the intricacies or what is wanted. This is just about the financing. We've been down we've been going around and round, and I will not support postponing it again. Could I support a workshop to talk about the details, what the vision is, to listen to the community, to see what they have to offer? Because I would like to hear specifics. So yeah, but I'm not in favor of moving this motion forward. This is going to get financed one way or another. I prefer to save the city $100 million.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Further, Commissioner Perkins.
I listened to what you had to say, Commissioner, with having a workshop. I'll vote on it, but I don't think it's going to make a big difference. Staff has put this together, and it's not going to change for anybody. Would change for my community, my people, nor my district. So we can sit and talk and discuss this, but that gives staff more time to go behind the scenes and strategize even more and come back with more. So the way this contract was put together, so you would have to vote for it. But you don't have to do anything. They put it together, well, if you don't vote on this, then we have to pay that. If you don't do this, then this will happen. This is why it was put together the way it was, to make sure that it passed. So that doesn't mean you have to vote for it if it's not for the people. This is all about greed. This is about everybody waiting to get paid. That's what it's about. So we can have the workshop, and I'm not sure it's going to make a difference, because they're not going to change anything in here, because I've said several times what they have in here is wrong. Now, they're saying that this does not include anything but financing. Well, when you look in the backup, that's not true. Read the summary. The summary at the top says EPAT Larkins building. At the bottom, it's totally different. So in other words, they're going to keep the EPAT Larkins building standing for now, read it, and they're going to tear it down later. That's what it says in the backup. But not when you read the sheet. But when they say it here in the background, it's there. You could read it. Top of it says the 3 civic buildings: City Hall, the garage, and the EPAT Larkins. That's what it says in the first paragraph. And then when you read down further, it says, as there does not appear to be support for construction of new EPAT Larkins Center. And then it goes on to say, EPAT Larkins Center will instead have limited renovations. Limited. That's the punishment for not saying yes. So everything is bundled up in this where, it's kind of hard to see through it. But of course, if you just read the summary and the backup, it's right there. Of course, they're saying this is financing. They have slept on this. They have strategized on this. They've come up with every kind of way they can think of to make this pass because you have people waiting in line for the money.
Wait.
So like I've said from the very beginning, I have to look out for the people in my district and the generation that's coming behind me. This project is only, like I said, 75 acres. I still have to be concerned about my schools that are deplorable, the drugs, the shooting. This won't take place in that little 75 acres because that's just going to be an island in the black neighborhood. It's a standalone, but the homelessness where I live will continue. So staff and CRA has not been willing to listen to the people. Well, they want to listen to 2 or 3, but not to the people. We met with Phil so many months and times, I don't even know the dates. And we got nowhere. And we were just asking to be a part, what can we get out of this project for the Northwest? Is that a crime? Just what can we get out of it? That's it. And you just heard Ms. McKenna say unreasonable. Everything about this is unreasonable. Everything. Unreasonable. It just don't. So it's a lot with this project because basically we asked for 3 things. That the E. Pat Larkins building remains standing, that you build a standalone educational center, and that you put aside funding for the Northwest community. That's it. How is that a lot? So everybody's saying, well, the money that's made from the pads is going to be put into the CRA. Well, we know we're not going to see that. That's really? If you're not listening to us now, how are you going to listen to us then when the money is there? So you're not going to listen. So we have a city that's so divided, and it's all caused by 3 people, 4. So
Sir, I'm going to ask you. No,
how can you go into the Northwest and you study the community? How can we get that one and that one and that one on our team and perhaps that one too? Now, we're going to have those people to do what they can in the Northwest. Just overlook the elected official. That's what you all have done. If you had gotten with me and worked with me this from the beginning, we would have passed this long time ago because, of course, once it was put together is when it came to me. And now I see that you don't want to move. You're still not moving. Everything is still the same. I keep making the same correction on here every time it comes and you're not moving. That's why I don't think the workshop is going to work. But I'll give it a try. But I really don't see it working. I remember years ago on the intersection of 6th Avenue and 6th Street, right there by ACAL, we had a building there called the Pallbearers Hall. The Pallbearers Hall was an antique, it was an old historical building. And I remember calling Pat Larkins that morning saying, Pat, what are you doing? Why did you allow them to tear that building down? And Pat said, you got to be kidding me. They tore the building down. Pat, it's gone. There is no building on 6th and 6th. He was so hurt, he said, I will make sure that will never happen in this district again. history torn down. That center means as much to us as the McDougal House, as the McNabb House. It means just that much to us. So you're going to punish us, and listen, something has to happen on that property. Development happens every day. We can't stop development. It's going to happen. But we're just not going about it the right way. It didn't start the right way. It's just you're not listening. Phil and I, we're not talking. Suzette's going her way, and it's a mess. Who can bring it together? Who's the reason that all of this is separated and divided like this in the confusion? Who? I could name a few on one hand. So you have this side and that side and all of this confusion. But everybody wants to make money. Get it? Let's do it the right way. Give the Northwest what they want and what they need, and we'll be okay. And you can still make your millions. You can still make millions of dollars. But I refuse to support something that's going to leave the Northwest out, and that includes Collier City. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if I may, I think I might be able to help a little bit.
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Perkins, everything that you said is really important, and I want to be sure that folks that are listening, folks at home, understand that exactly what you said is part of this financing. That when we say limited, what we're limiting is we're not tearing down the Pat Larkin Center.
That's not what it says here.
Well, I respectfully would offer to you that it does say that. What it also says is that if for any reason this commission would decide that you want to build a new center right where the old ones, if I can finish, please.
That's not what we want.
Let her finish.
Okay.
Let her finish.
I understand.
You're saying if.
Here's what I want our
You want to take the if out.
Okay, here's what I want our record to be clear. No decision will be made about Pat Larkins by staff. It will be made by this dais. No decision will be made about what City Hall looks like by staff. It will be made by this city commission. No decision will be made about the parking garage. It will be made by the city commission.
Claudia, I understand what you're saying.
Finish, Ms. Just
Rex.
Wait. Are you?
The number, the 137 million, includes the vocational center. It includes money to renovate Pat Larkins, and it includes money for the other things that we talked about at our meeting a couple meetings ago. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Claudia, we do not want the if in there. You are making it sound like we're making all the decisions up here, and the decisions have been made with the attorneys. Whoever you all chose to be your attorneys, that's where the decisions were made. Because the way you locked this down with those attorneys, because I had never heard of a referee. I called every attorney I knew, and they're like, where did they come up with that from? Locking it down, make sure it passes. We're gonna lock this where there is no way around it but for it to pass. And we don't care about anything outside of it. We just care about this development because it's been taking too long and people are waiting on their money. I'm not trying to stop anybody from getting any money. I'm just trying to say, give the Northwest what they want. I don't want to hear anything about in 10 years you want to tear down the McDougal House. In 30 years you want to tear up or tear down or destroy the McNabb House. We don't want it torn down in the future. So you're securing yourself with security by saying, we'll keep it up for now, but if the dice change, we'll take it down. That's like insurance. So I'll support the workshop, but I don't think it's going to make any difference. I just think it's going to give staff more time to strategize. I was listening to Commissioner Eden and Suzette. They had a nice little rehearsal going on where she's asking questions for the first time. You know, I mean, that was really interesting, really interesting. So, but no, on the real side is that I do feel very offended how this project was put together, and we're not asking for a whole lot. Not a lot. Do you understand me, Phil? Because I've been saying the same thing to you. We're not asking for a whole lot at all. But it's just conflict with staff and Mr. City Manager, are you listening? Okay, just want to make sure. All right, I'm done, Mayor.
All right, further discussion on the motion to postpone.
Respond.
I've got Vice Mayor. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fesswick, do you?
I'll wait.
I'll be brief. I just want to respond to some of that. So I understand what Ms. McKenna is saying about how this is written and the financing and the options that are embedded in here. But Commissioner Perkins, I agree with you on the process, and that's what I've been saying also. This entire process, and I'm going to go back further, like 10, 15 years, when I first saw pictures of drainage ditches and was starting to hear rumors of a city hall being moved. That is not a new concept. This has been kicked around for so long, and now we're at the point where it's not just kicked around, it's being stuffed down everyone's throat. And there hasn't been...
What do you mean kicked around?
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, okay.
Go ahead, you've got the floor.
So, I mean, we've been seeing pictures of a new city hall. I mean, the Atlantic-Dixie Lane reduction was all part of this. This has all been a strategy, buying those sections of Atlantic Boulevard from FDOT. This has been a strategy that has been executed for a very long time. And now I believe we are sitting at a crossroads because of this body at this time saying, I'm not going to play the game the same way. I don't trust either. And the people that I represent, a lot of them don't have trust in how this has been done. And I hear you with the mistrust. And my frustration for you is that I watched you, what I say looks like you're fighting for the scraps that are left because so much is committed already. There's so little to actually ways to influence it and have.
You understand that?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. What you need and what you deserve is influence at the higher level, not fighting for the scraps that are left over and what you can get out of the deal now.
How do you suggest I get to the higher level?
So I do believe, like I said, from my perspective, and that's what I said at the last meeting, we have to get the wrong people off of this project so that we can start to trust.
And who are they?
Happy to throw out names.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's take a recess. let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. If we could please end all conversations or take them out in the lobby. Thank you. Vice Mayor, you got the floor.
Thank you. So this isn't about naming names. This is about having the right people in the room, though, and rebuilding trust and the opportunity that we have before us right now, and the concerns that I have and I share with Commissioner Perkins and others, that we do things the right way. So I do believe, and I said it at the last meeting, that we need to get some of the longtime consultants who are really rigid in their views off of the project. And we need that formally told to us that they are off of the project and not working on this anymore, because I think RMA has a long history of not listening to the people, forcing unpopular things down people's throat, and really has not done much for the Northwest community over the years. And I think there's a lot of mistrust there, and I think that would be a good preliminary step to show a good faith effort that we're being heard, that we want a different way forward on this. And then, like I said, a workshop where we're actually able to not fight for scraps, but talk about what this could be and how we could make this work for not just the Northwest, but for the entire city. Because the people I represent don't just want another monolithic white city hall kitty corner to the building we have right here. They don't want to pay for that either. So what can we actually build that will be for the next generation, that's worth issuing this debt and worth them paying for, that gives a purpose and but also addresses the needs of the Northwest community and preserves the history in a way that we can be proud of. I want to be able to look back on this in 10 years and not have someone look at me and say, you made the decision that enabled that to happen. And I cannot make those decisions unless it's done the right way, because then I will be able to say, you know what, I did all these things before I made that decision, and if hopefully it's the right decision because we do all those things. If it's not, then at least I'll be able to say, I asked for the data, we got this, we talked to people, we did everything we could to do it the right way. And that's how I can be comfortable making a decision. But it has to be the right people in the room. We have to be able to talk about not fighting for scraps for the Northwest, but what the Northwest wants. So I struggle, if I'm being honest, Commissioner Perkins, I hear we don't want a new Pat Larkins Center, and I see Ms. Larkins here for at least the second time, and it's heartbreaking to think about that she's even thinking that building would be maybe torn down, a building that was named after her husband and has probably so many memories. But I also think, hey, if we built all this new stuff over in the Northwest and we look back in 10 years and we didn't do anything except $1 million renovation to the current Pat Larkins Center, are people going to say, look, you didn't give the Northwest community something nice again. You gave everyone else something new and nice, but you left the Northwest community with an old building that you did a limited renovation on. So I need data, and I need to be able to answer those questions to get comfortable with this. So I do think we need to take a couple steps back. We need to get the right people in the room, and we all need to be willing to give it a try. Now, that is not the item here, but I don't trust either, because I've asked for things and not seen any progress on what I've asked for. So I would like to table this. I would like us to work together to all see if we can at least pull in the same direction, just slightly. And then I think we'd feel better about making this decision, which isn't about substance, just about debt, but we would feel like we participated in the process.
Very good. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No. We're back on the original motion.
I have something.
Commission discussion. Commissioner Fezzik?
Great, thank you. I know I had a lot to say last meeting, and I will not take that much time this time, I promise. I wanted to sort of, during the motion, it was said again that there's a lot of some of these same players, same voices, and that is something I have been saying for quite some time as well. It's something I saw before I was even elected. And Commissioner Perkins, I remember this consistent stream of folks in the Northwest District coming through these doors and coming right up here to the microphone and saying, we want a seat at the table, we want to be part of the conversation, we don't want what we're being served, we don't like this the way it is. And then we had a string of meetings and marketing materials shoved down our throats, all promoting the same, again, old project. And I started doing all that research. I put my files away because I don't need them. I'm not going to bore everybody with that. In some of that research, one of the articles I found was about RMA, actually, in West Palm Beach. And a somewhat similar situation, less money involved. But the article itself, it was in the Palm Beach Post, and I think it was in 2008 or 9, somewhere in there. It was specifically about development in West Palm Beach in a historically black neighborhood. And it was talking about the organization that was there. And when RMA came in as Kim came in was as a director of the CRA or part of that process, the article itself, like quoting the article, it said something about her desire for control using politics and questionable behavior was to achieve those goals, was something that, of redevelopment, was something that was really, really just, I mean, the folks had to give up a $10 million grant because they timed out of it or something along those lines. So it didn't work well, but in the end, she got what she wanted. I wanted to kind of expound on Ms. McKenna as well, because you mentioned earlier that any decisions would be made it would come to the commission. And I believe you, that is true. They would come to the commission. The problem is that it all depends, especially depending on who's sitting here, is how that decision is worded. So, for example, we all know what everybody doesn't want to have happen to the E. Pat Larkin Center, but all you have to do is ask the question a different way. So then they get the result they want. So that gives me pause, because I've watched strategy work its way through every piece of this, including the divisionary, just anything to divide or take away from this forward motion, whether it be people interrupting, whether it be news articles about something else, or social media about random anything, or perhaps maybe the May 14th debacle. Insanity, the way that was spun. So I have a big problem with that. So I wanted to go further into, and this is why I agree with Vice Mayor Fournier, that people in District 1 and District 3, and pretty much anywhere we go, and we've gone, I think, for the past, since April, beginning of April, maybe even before then, I personally have been just accosted in a nice way, I guess, by a lot of folks who want to share what's going on, what they feel. And it goes, no matter what anybody looks like, everybody's saying the same thing. This is a lot of money. Do we even have the money? We don't have money to pave our roads. We don't have money to do this. We're going to have BSO. That's going to have an increase. We're going to do the budget. We have projects that we already bought and paid for that are not done yet. I mean, I'm going to start here because I don't think that this, I think we've all said the same thing, and I've said it, and I have a huge line of questions, but I'm not even going to bring them up today. I would just go ahead and, since Vice Mayor said that she would also like to have a workshop in order to work together, I believe we've been saying, let's try to find common ground since this very beginning, but it is not happening. And here we are, later, and guess what? The same presentation is still being shown. I had great conversations with our master developer. I think he's a great person. I got nothing against him and his company. I've mentioned that several times. But the problem isn't that. The problem is, I had a problem with the people representing the city while talking to the master developer. Because when we all have conversations, he's very open and understanding and wanting to work with us. When anybody else gets involved, the communication breakdown. So I'd like to just start here, and I'm just going to go ahead and do it because it's time. I'd like to make a motion that we untangle this web of RMA, and we find a way to do that.
Second.
I'm not sure what you.
I would like to terminate RMA's contract with the city and the CRA, and remove them from all aspects of this project specifically for now.
Second.
It was okay. So it's been moved and seconded to fire our consultant RMA.
I think you can go back and, it was terminate the RMA's contract with both the city and the CRA and remove all folks immediately who are involved specifically with this project.
That gets, we're just trying to, Mr.
Clear.
Berman, can you help me out here? Is that specific enough? Can we make that type of motion?
Well,
and take
first
that
of all,
kind
we'd have to
vote?
look at the RMA contract and look at what the termination language is in that contract. I'm not sure, is it with the city or is it with the CRA, first of all? What contract are we
I believe they're both.
Do you want both?
I'd have to look at the contracts and see what the terms for termination are. I think there might be notice, or there has to be some time period from my recollection. Haven't looked at that contract in a long time, wasn't expecting to have to discuss it today either. So it's doable potentially, but we'd have to look at what the proper procedure is and requirements in order to terminate the contract.
And I would just, I would just add to that, if we have any issues with needing some certain staff members or something like that, there is a time frame or whatever, I feel like we can be reasonable, but they just have to be pulled off the project in the meantime.
Mr. Berman, I mean, in terms of a motion, I mean,
All right, fine, just
it needs to be one subject in terms of per motion, and so we know what action we're expected to take.
I'll clean it up.
Motion is to terminate RMA's contract, that's one.
All right, I'll leave it, I'll make it super simple. We'll just terminate RMA's contract with the city and the CRA effective as soon as is possible.
Yes, now we're talking.
Okay, all right. And that was seconded by
second.
Commissioner Perkins.
Point of order, Mayor. We have a motion on the floor right now for funding.
That is correct, Mr.
So
Berman. We entertain this.
That's primary, and that's what needs attention. Now, this motion can come up later.
reports.
Apparently, this motion is going to be determinative in how you vote on the main motion, but it is out of order in terms of how it's being considered.
Okay.
Well, then we can leave it alone if you would like me to, but I believe that this is, if they are our consultants and they are actively involved, if Ms. Briesmeister's daughter designed this waterway and won an award for it back in 2014, and she's still pushing the same thing, or maybe I'm wrong with the year, and we're still discussing the infrastructure financing, which is millions of dollars, that apply to this financing and this program, she's intricately linked to this, and so is her company. So I understand the point of order, and you're welcome. I'll be happy to withdraw the motion, but we will revisit it again.
Okay, very good. Anything further, Commissioner Fezzik?
You can make it. Go ahead. For the motion? I was not done, but I was thinking we were going to pause for the RMA thing, but we're not. Okay, so fine. I will go through the next thing. I'm really also disappointed in the meal. And I noticed that somebody else did this earlier. The meal that's being served. This was very intentional. And I went through every Bills and Sunberg invoice talking about the team and ways to, just the intricacies of how this was put together and how confusing it has been for everybody who's sitting outside of these chambers and even at home. It's painful. It's painful to me, and I think we can do better, and I think we should do better, and I think we should work better to really, I agree with Vice Mayor, to give the people what they want. If the people are paying for this project, whether through selling land, whether through construction, whatever it may be, then that is an issue. And I actually had a question about our procurement specifically for these projects.
Commissioner Fezzik, I'm going to ask you to get back into the realm of financing for the City Hall.
This is financing. This is really, the money that Mike Sversie just mentioned earlier today that was being spent on CRA properties all plays into what we're going to sell them for again in the future. It all plays into financing for this. And I have questions. I can't get 3 sentences out without you interrupting me. And it's really frustrating. Like, give me 2 seconds,
I think I've been quite liberal in entertaining all of the commissioners up here on all the issues, but I'm just trying to remind folks to get back to the financing issue.
This is part of the financing. Everything costs money.
Well, you're asking about procurement now.
No, it's
that
not.
has nothing to do with this item. So I'll ask you once again to get back to the financing item.
If we are purchasing, if we are purchasing, maybe through partially these bonds or whatever, if we're purchasing things like land for this new downtown development, which is part of the MDA,
It's not part of this.
I understand that, but you're asking me to vote on the financing, which is part of this large project. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and put that RMA thing right back on there. I want them out. I think we need to make a motion to just get rid of this company altogether.
Second again.
Okay, well, the city attorney's already said that's out of order, so.
Okay, fine. Then I'm done for right now. I have more later, but I'm done.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the motion, on the item.
Okay, so we're about to vote on the financing at this
Financing,
point.
yeah.
Okay,
That's what.
all right.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith.
I just want to make it clear that we're not voting on the infrastructure.
No.
No, we're
We're
not.
voting on the civic buildings funding. Okay.
That's all. Further commission discussion on the item. Seeing none, let's go ahead.
Actually, no. I said I would wait to see if there's anybody else, but I believe this. I've said we're between a rock and a hard place, and given the complete lack of respect that we have all gotten, I feel like, and the complete lack of respect that the public has gotten, I have a question for Mr. Berman. I don't believe, because of RMA putting us, and staff, or whoever it was that was part of the team that put this MDA together, and don't stop me, I don't believe that this is actually something that is right to do, because you're asking us to either say yes to public financing, but it's not just about that. It's about the project's moving forward either way. Whether we say yes or no, it's just about how much it's going to cost. And that is wrong. And so I would really like to take some extra time to look at the legalities of putting us in that situation, because that is, to me, I've said it before, it feels like coercion at its finest. What is, according to the city charter, what if some of us sitting here abstained from voting? Is that because we don't believe it's a good thing, since we're not able to have this conversation?
Per state statute, it would be a violation of state law if you don't vote on a matter before you, unless you have some type of conflict, which has to be declared on the record, and you need to file the notice of conflict with the Ethics Commission. So this is an issue that was decided before you were on the commission. This is an issue that a prior commission had approved, and it was done with full disclosure. It was done in multiple meetings. It was done with every question at the time answered. And right now, we're dealing with that decision that was made. The only issue here is, do you wish to fund it with public or private funds, and potentially save the city residents $100 million over 30 years? That's it at this point. And that's where we are in terms of it being fair or unfair. You know, I certainly recognize your frustration. You were not here then, but this is how local government and government works in terms of.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
In terms of successor commissioners taking office, certain decisions are made in the past that inure to future commissions. And I assure you, this was not taken lightly or done surreptitiously. That's all I can answer your question with at this time.
I would like to take some time to make sure that everybody is aware that I have, even though it wasn't reported that way last week or whatever, I have definitely, it was much more than dedication or deliberation. I've definitely taken the time to really go through this, and I have still would welcome some sort of additional eyes on whether this is truly the right thing for the city. And it's not like we're asking this, it's not like it's a $2 million thing. This is, you're asking us to give up, to vote on public or private financing, but regardless, we're costing taxpayers money. And regardless, we're in a situation where we're also giving up the rights where let's just say, if it's worded the right way, you're by EPAT Larkins, the way that it currently is written. We got some problems here. And so I would like to say that for this, my very last thing, I feel like I am stuck And I don't like to be in this position, and this is the wrong place to do this. And so by doing what I think is the right thing for the city of Pompano Beach and for the city of taxpayers, I would like to request that since I can't make any more motions, we're just gonna do this thing. Since we can't buy our RMA, and since we're not doing the due diligence, I feel, to not have us in this rock and a hard place situation, I'm just gonna take a stand. The one thing I think we can do is if I walk out. I won't vote to trap residents in millions of dollars of debt and for a plan that was never resident-driven, never affordable, and never transparent. And I would call on 2 of my colleagues to do the same thing and join me, because we can then deny quorum and pause this process and reclaim our commission's authority to protect our city. This is not obstruction. This is what leadership looks like. So thank you, and I'm out.
This is also a violation, I might add, of Florida law.
Mr. Berman?
Because you must vote on an item before you unless there's a conflict. It's in Florida statute.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask the audience to please be quiet. Right in that corner. Throughout the hall. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Fessy.
I will put on the record that I believe there is a conflict with our city charter, and I would like the time to review it with legal counsel so that I can ensure that before making a decision one way or the other, since I'm unable to get clear answers from our city manager, from our city attorney, from our CRA attorney, and Bill Zinsenberg is not even here to explain the contract to me, that I think there is a conflict, and I would like resolution to that before making a decision. That is my conflict.
That is not a legal conflict under the law. That's a self-conflict, an internal conflict perhaps, but there have been ample opportunities to answer every question that you may have had on these contracts. This finance information was provided April 25th. You've had the documents. There's been no changes to these documents since April 25th. I'm available 4 days a week, and I'm also available. And I
was at the city
your
manager's
question,
office yesterday.
any question you had could have been answered prior to this time.
I have asked questions. I have asked continual questions, and then I have cross-checked questions. I don't understand how I just don't understand how some people in this room, after hearing what everybody has said for such a long time, this is not, it's like morally bankrupt. I mean, it's ridiculous. And we should not be doing this to the Northwest District. And I mean, I would like to know what constitutes a conflict.
Under Florida ethics laws, you would have some personal gain, some financial gain. A member of your family could have some gain. You could work for a company that you have an interest. Those are the types of conflicts that they're talking about. They're talking about ethical conflicts where you cannot serve 2 masters, where you stand to gain personally, family members stand to gain personally. You may work and be voting for someone that you work for. These are types of ethical conflicts. The conflict can't be that is not under the law and under Florida law and under the ethics statute, that your conflict is you don't internally know what you want to do because you're not comfortable with it. That's not a conflict that prevents you from voting. In this position, Florida law requires that you vote on any matter before you. The matter is now before you. If you get up and leave, that would be a violation of the statute.
Right. So what constitutes, outside of me having a financial interest in this, other than wanting to do the right thing by the oath I took to do the right thing for the city and the residents of the city? If I think that there is some sort of ethical violation that may or may not have occurred, or some fiduciary duty that has been breached, I don't understand how that would not be a conflict.
The decision you make would have to inure to your benefit or to the benefit of a family member or close family, and family, depending on the decision, is named for different situations.
Mayor?
This would have to be a personal conflict that you would have to recuse yourself and file the appropriate form with the Ethics Commission and describe what your conflict is. The conflict cannot be you're conflicted as to the decision you have to make. The conflict has to be how you cannot vote for something where it would not benefit you, a relative, close friend or other involvement you may have with someone. It's that type of conflict.
Well, that's really convenient because it's benefiting a lot of people in this community, including probably some people I'm related to. And I am livid. I am livid because this is ridiculous. I've watched just so much go on, and this is, if we have to do this, I'd like some more discussion on this topic, but I'd like some workshop input. Go ahead.
So you're finished? Very good. I move on to Commissioner Perkins.
I think we need to look at the bigger picture and start at the top. Who runs the city? Who runs the city has a lot to do with how we interact on this dais, based on the information that we receive and how and when we receive it. Mr. Berman, how long have you been working with the city?
29 3/4 years.
So, I don't think you understand the frustration sometime, and when you talk down to one of the commissioners, I feel some kind of way. And I think what we have is we have staff here and we have the commissioners here, and there's none of this going on. So staff is strong-arming and holding up against the commissioners. And then you have to ask yourself why. And then after you ask why, you have to ask who. Everybody up here knows who the players are in this city. Everybody knows the game. The game has never changed. It just changed faces, but the game doesn't change. So if we have a leader, there's certain things that people expect of me in my district to do or get done. There's certain things in this city that we expect the city manager to do in this city to get things done. My job as a elected official is not to divide anybody in my district. And if they're so divided and they were together at one point, I have to ask myself some questions. Because I'm not an effective leader if I'm trying to divide people on purpose because I like this one and don't like that one. I deal with people every day I don't care for and they don't care for me, but it's fine. So we're in this predicament up here on the dais for a reason. Until the head changes, it's going to remain. It's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Because I can tell you the movement of everybody up here. I know the movement. Well, she voted this, so we're going to get that one to run against her. Well, she did this. Oh, we got to find somebody to run against her. Oh, we, that's the kind of stuff we playing up here. Am I right, Mayor? Am I correct? So, Mr. Berman, I just like for you to be a little bit more respectful and sensitive when you're talking to a commissioner. I don't care if they just started yesterday. Just think you need to be, I understand your frustration too. I get it. But Greg, are you with us? All right, so let's vote. I'm done.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
One last thing. So according to Mr. Berman, we don't have the power to ask RMA to not work on this project, but I would assume the city manager has some discretion about what they're working on. So to the city manager, is RMA working on this project still? And if so, what is their role?
The developer is the one that's working on the project now. Roca.
So are you telling this body that RMA is no longer working on the downtown?
They could be working on different aspects of it as it comes up.
And people wonder, well, how do we make the...
You can't cut and dry it.
Okay, so the answer is yes, then they are still in,
We still have a contract with them, and if something comes up that we need their advice on, then we will certainly ask them about it.
so it is your opinion as the manager of this city, based on how this process is playing out, the opinions, the lack of trust, the whatever you're hearing from the developer, everyone, that RMA is an effective consultant on this project right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Got my answer. Thank you. I'm done.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the item.
Okay, let's vote.
Seeing none, let's go.
I have one question.
Commissioner Fessig, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to not recognize you now because you've spoken already a couple of times on this matter. Thank you. Further commission discussion?
I'll be
Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
Absolutely no, not, no, nada.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please. I'm asking everyone to be quiet. That's why I spoke up. Starts over here, then goes over. Everybody, please be quiet. I asked it earlier. Now,
Call him out like you do other people.
I asked it. Sir, be quiet. There.
Okay, well, do everybody that.
I did it, Commissioner Perkins.
I think you need to lower your voice, too.
I did it, Commissioner Perkins.
Lower it a little bit lower.
I did it, Commissioner Perkins.
One more notch.
I did it, Commissioner Perkins.
That's the side we see. That's the side right there. We've been wanting to see that,
Wow.
haven't we?
Now.
Yes.
Now.
There it is. We got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. We've got to finish up audience to be heard. Do we have additional audience to be heard, Mr.
Yes, we do. We have two more speakers.
Very good.
First speaker is Tricia Kine, followed by David Hall.
Very good. Just name and address for the record, please. Limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name's Tricia Kind. I live on 8 Bryony Boulevard. I'm here to personally invite you to visit the soup kitchen that I volunteer at for the past over 15 years, our Father's House Family Services. The last time any of the city commissioners did come, and I want to thank you for the honor of speaking today. The last time any of the commissioners did visit the soup kitchen, it was over 10 years ago. Fortunately, we have a great rapport with BSO. They meet our needs, and they're always there. But we have no rapport with the city here at all. I wanted to bring your attention that we serve over 100,000 meals, hot meals, a year. We're open Monday through Friday. We serve 200 to 250 hot meals every single day. I also want to bring to your attention, and after all the years that I've been working there, the past 3 years I've been noticing a lot of people coming to the back window for clothing with work tags on from Dollar Tree, Walmart, Target. They're the working poor. They're the people that's the foundation of our city, and they can't afford to live in the city. They cannot afford the housing here. I'm finding more and more people coming to the soup kitchen in the afternoons in nice cars. You know why? Because they can't afford the rents, but they're now living in their cars. And that is the truth. I'll share another story with you. Christmas time, we did a toy drive. And 3 weeks after Christmas, a woman came to the back window, a young mother with 2 children in tow, beautiful children, asking me for diapers and baby clothes. I was able to accommodate her. But walking back to the back window, I said, well, there's some extra toys. Let me give it to her. Picked up the stuffed animals, and I handed it to the woman. She looked at me. She said, ma'am, I thank you so much for your courtesy and your thoughtfulness, but at this time I cannot take that because I am now, my circumstances have changed. I'm living in my car, and I don't have room for those extra toys. She had a full-time job. Yes, she has a full-time job. She drops her children off at daycare. She goes to work, but then she comes back after putting them in aftercare, and she's picking them up and living in her car. So where is the affordable housing for these people? There's none. I mean, how can you afford a one-bedroom apartment, $3,000? Now, if any of you commissioners had a full-time job working at Target, how much of your salary would you put aside for rent? Could you afford to live in the city of Pompano? I'm asking a question from my heart. I went out to the line. I was here late today because I had to help the people. And when I went out and told them, I have to leave early, they ran out. One of them gave me a flower. Another one gave me a little Jesus, that you would hear their cries for help. Would you hear for them? These people, these are my people. I love them. I've been doing it. I don't get paid for this. I want you to open your hearts for the people of Pompano who are the working poor. It's a reality. Please, take up my invitation. Come down and I will give you a tour. From the bottom of my heart, it will be the most wonderful thing I've ever done. Please come and visit us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just real quick, what is the address?
It's on Martin Luther King Boulevard. It's right down the road,
Okay.
right from the strip joint.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker?
So I think Vicente mentioned earlier about BSO and looking at the contract and looking at the consultants that we're looking to hire.
Hello?
Name and address.
Oh, sorry, Dave Hall, excuse me, Pompano Beach. So Vicente mentioned about the contract with BSO, and it's been in the news lately about us going with consultants, 5 of them whittling it down to 1 and whatever we're going to do. I think BSO does a great job. We have great command staff, and we have deputies that do a fine job. But if we wanted to go back to the City of Pompano Beach Police Department, you guys would never be able to do it, just after what we witnessed here. The $100 million just cost us will go on top of the $100+ million bond we'd have to float to restart a police department. No question about it. And then $40+ million year after year after year to maintain a police department that has like services that will provide us with the same protection we have now, because truthfully, between SID and all the drug interdiction units that BSO has that operate and SWAT, 60–70% of all their time happens in Pompano Beach. So I want, if we did it, and I'm not advocating for it, but if we did it, I want same level of services. I'm not saying Marine and Air Patrol, because we could still get that from them, and that's a big, giant number. But for everything else, we need to be cognizant of the fact that it's going to cost us a ton of money. And, germane to the last topic we just had, if we're going to go back to our own police department, every postage size inch of this city needs to be developed to bring in revenue for us to afford a new police department. We cannot do it on the cheap. The people don't deserve to have a police department that's on the cheap and hire officers that are going to come in for inferior pay, less benefits, and then just get the time in to go to BSO when they go to another place. So think about it. It's going to cost us a ton of money, hundreds of millions of dollars just to start it up, and $40+ million a year. And we need the revenue. And how do we get the revenue? Unless you're going to tax us, which no one's going to go for. You got to develop every square inch of this city to bring in revenue for us to afford our own police department.
Very good, thank you, sir.
That concludes audience to be heard.
That concludes audience to be heard. Very good, thank you for that. Our next scheduled meetings, we've got June 24th, 2025 at 5 p.m., a budget workshop. Then June 24th, 2025 at 6 p.m., a regular city commission meeting, followed by July 8th, 2025 at 1 p.m., regular city commission meeting. That takes us up to reports. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. Major Elwood handed these to me to hand out. I've got one, thank you. It's a BSO resource guide. There's a lot of information in there that is very valuable to each one of you. So please take it with you. So tomorrow, June 11th, is Kodak Black's birthday. And this young man, in case you all aren't aware, has been doing some meaningful charitable events throughout our city. He has paid rent for 200 people in Golden Acres twice. He has handed out air conditioners to folks in the Northwest. He's given out 200 motorbikes, turkeys at Thanksgiving, and presents at Christmas. So just want to make sure that we recognize him in a positive way. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you. No report.
Very good. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
I just wanted to remind everyone that I did send out an email reminding everyone to keep in mind of the June 1st.
Yes,
to keep in mind of the July 1st deadline with regards to the financial disclosures. Just wanted to remind everyone that I sent out an email in that regard. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you for that. City Commissioners, Commissioner Fasick.
For starters, I'd like to address the $100 million comment because I know that that's going to be floated before us plenty. And given the history that I have seen in the documents I have read, I actually trust Roca Point that they will actually deliver this project and be able to have all those costs tracked penny for penny. So much so that I think it actually won't cost us an extra $100 million. I think we'll actually end up likely either breaking even to the same amount, or maybe we might even save money in that case. So on paper, it might look one way, but when you look at the end of the project, at the end of the day, I think we're looking at a different thing altogether. I want to go ahead and bring back this, since it was not effective the first time, I want to go ahead and bring back that motion, because now we're not in the middle of anything else, to remove and extricate and terminate RMA's contract with both the city and the CRA. Thank you.
Second.
Very good. So it's a motion to terminate the contracts with RMA and the city and the CRA. That's fine to consider at this point in time, correct, Mr. Berman?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, yeah, I can't hear you.
The CRA contract should be considered properly at the CRA meeting, the city's contract at the city commission meeting.
Fine. We'll just leave it to the city then.
Okay, so the motion's been modified to terminate the city contract.
I do have a question. Mr. Harrison, will we be having our scheduled CRA board meeting this month?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So then the motion is to terminate the RMA's contract with the city.
Thank you.
And that's seconded by Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. Commissioner Fasick, you have the floor.
I do. Thank you. I would like to know, Mr. Harrison, it got me thinking, Commissioner Perkins earlier today, beginning of the meeting, brought up when DC had his evaluation. And I remembered sitting in the audience last April, and you both had it in April of last year, I believe. So is there a reason why we haven't seen your evaluation come up?
The only reason that I know of is that HR has been working with staff on the accomplishments. And that's taken a while because we've made a lot of accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing that, no, so sorry. I'm just going to try to compose myself. Knowing that an annual review comes up once a year, I mean, I could understand a month, and we were very busy through May. But I would like to see if we could, actually, I would like to request that we have your evaluation at our next city commission meeting at 6 p.m. on whatever the day that is, June, I'm sorry? 24th, thank you.
Would you like for DCs to be at the same meeting too?
No, I think that we can have separate ones because you're two separate people. I mean, this can be at the same meeting if you'd like, but I think they need to be separate agenda items.
Sure, you bet.
The last thing I have, because I wanted to take a moment, I think everybody can see how frustrated I have been. And I wanted to make it clear that I I hear you. I hear you, and I am going to do the very best I can. I may have been shut down to walk out, and I had to do what I had to do because I was told there was no option. I will continue to work on your behalf. Don't let people scare you with numbers of 100 million or this or that, because ultimately what I've seen over and over and over again, as we saw actually in our report earlier today, that how many times dollar amounts went over what they thought they were going to through construction change orders. That was only on 3 of our projects. It added up to quite a bit of money. So please do not be scared by big round numbers with public over private financing. Do not buy into false narratives. And I say false narratives because when you hear somebody giving you a complete and total marketing and PR spin, and I am well versed in marketing strategy, so I will tell you, I know one when I hear one. And when you see the same people or the same things or the same, not even people, just the same words in the same phrasing come up over and over and over again. Or when you notice that the same people on this dais are treated with differing types of respect, and that goes not just up here, but that goes in the media, that goes in who's controlling all of the little Geppetto's little, just little Geppetto. And I'm over it, y'all. I've just had it. So I want to tell you, I will keep working for you. I would like to invite any sort of review process. I would like to invite any sort of oversight committee in any way, shape, or form, and I'm going to look into that. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
I have 1, 2. Yeah, I have 3 items real quick. I wanted to get someone over to and I think I've asked this before, over to the Pat Larkin Center to see if we can get someone to do something about the standing water when you drive into the Pat Larkin Center on the east side. Who would that be, Mr. City Manager? Is that Public Works?
I can take care of that for you, Ms. Perkins.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
Okay, so yesterday I had a meeting. Well, Liberty Park had a meeting at the library, and it was a very good turnout. BSO was there, Parks and Rec was there, and Code Enforcement. And it was really a good feeling to see so many coming together with concerns, but they're all complaining about the same things I've been complaining about on the dais. And as we know, Liberty Park has 350 homes. And their complaints are the same as speed humps, drug houses, 10, 12 cars parked in front of one house. So it was really informative with some of the things that Mario shared with them, what they can and cannot do, what's legal and things like that in their yard. But I'd like to see more homeowners associations come together because we can know directly what's going on in your area when it's a subdivision or a civic or homeowners association. So with that, I just want to thank Ms. Marguerite Luster for chairing that, being the chairperson for that Liberty Park Association. I also wanted to mention we have the Clean Streets for June 26th for Liberty Park, Kendall Green, and Pompano. Where's Pompano Estates? Where? North? I know Ely Estates. Okay, but anyway, Liberty Park, Kendall Green, and Pompano Estates. So there will be a cleanup on June 26th. So you can put outside by the road the trash and furniture, whatever you think that needs to be picked up on the 26th only. And it's only for those areas on June 26th. Do we have a time that they start? 9 o'clock. Okay, great. I think that's it, other than the fact that I was really surprised. Last week I received this phone call regarding something pertaining to BSO, and it just didn't dawn on me. And then I just happened to see the news, and I'm like, oh, when did we start talking about BSO? I know that there was a directive given to you, Mr. City Manager, on the dais. It's a very uncomfortable feeling when you have to hear something like this on TV or read it in the newspaper and you not know anything about it. And the person that called me, I just didn't know what they were talking about. I just let them keep going, and I just didn't understand. But I think it's very important that we know what's going on in our districts especially before it happens, before something is on the news in the whole city of Pompano Beach. It's just good to inform us. So I've been reading a lot about it on social media and in the news, but whatever we do, and I've always said from the beginning when I ran for office that we need to go back to the city of Pompano policing. So back in 1998, there were 12 of us that was trying to stop BSO from coming into Pompano. And I don't know what happened to the 12, but I was the only lone standing. So I think it was Ken Jennings. He did come into Pompano, and he did everything he said he was going to do. Great guy to work with. So what we have now is that we do know we need policing. We got to have policing either way it goes. And I've been saying the same thing about BSO for the longest. You know, we've got to make that connection with the community, because if the community know you and feel comfortable with you, they will talk. And that helps eliminate a lot of crimes. And we don't have that. So last night in the meeting, everybody's saying again they want speed humps. We're still talking about the speeding, and I keep saying to them, you know, everybody wants speed humps because we don't have enough police visibility. And we've been saying this for the longest, and there's nothing. You know, we see a lot of police cars riding by when there's a problem or an issue. And believe me, I've had my share of problems with BSO, believe me. And they weren't good experiences at all, especially being a black female. But I am 100%, and I want to make it known, because when I ran for office, I let it be known that the city needs to go back to the city of Pompano policing. And that's only because I feel like we'll have better control of what goes on in our city, and we can directly target what our special needs are in just Pompano. So I think it's very important, and I support it 100%. I'm not hiding behind anything when it comes to money. I've always felt like we were paying too much, so it's not the money issue for me, it's the communication and visibility and connection that we need with the police force. So either way it goes, if we go back to the city, in some areas we still have to work with BSO. So I knew how it worked when we had our own city of Pompano policing, which was very much connected, but I do know it's a different day and time. Technology has changed a lot. So with that being said, I think I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. This past Thursday, I had the pleasure of attending the artist in residence change of hands, turning it over. They're finishing their term for this past year, so it was a pleasure to see all their work and to meet them in person. And Ty Tabbing did a great job over there, and I met some of the incoming artists, so that was a wonderful event over at Baca. And it's becoming so popular, just a bigger crowd than last year. Also, I want to wish Mr. Kodak Black a very happy birthday and a heartfelt thanks for all of the things he's done for the community. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Great. I thought that what Broward Health is doing for our community to work with uninsured people to work on the health, I think the title of it was Stay Healthy Together Initiative. I think it's wonderful that a large company like Broward Health is coming into our communities and lending a hand with our residents. Specific to District 5, tomorrow night at Skolnick at between 6 and 7, there'll be development services. We'll explain a proposed land use plan amendment and provide answers to questions that have been posted on the city's website. So that'll be at Skolnick tomorrow night, 6 to 7. And something about community, and it kind of ties into your feeding program and how we help with community. A friend of mine from church sent me a news clip that was on Channel 7 News about a homeless elderly woman named Caroline that was living in her car in Pompano. She she's on Social Security, but not enough money to be able to afford an apartment. Her story touched my heart, and I reached out to Greg, who in turn put me in touch with Cassandra Rett. I don't think she's here tonight. Cassandra had already been helping Caroline, and the city had already placed her in a hotel room. I'm pleased to share that Caroline made remarkable progress, and Cassandra worked with Elderly and Veterans Services and collaborated on a plan with her. Senator Pizzo from Hollywood played a significant role in her journey to secure housing, and Caroline is now housed at the Heritage Station in the 55 and older community. There was a GoFundMe campaign that was launched, and it raised over $9,000 to assist her. So the community worked together as a team and made a difference in Caroline's life, and she's now inside a house instead of in her car. So city, everything that you did to help Caroline, much, much appreciated. And Channel 7 was there to watch her on June 3rd move into her new apartment. So it kind of came full circle. I, too, was at the Artists in Residence at the Baca on the 5th, and it was a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to see the talent that comes out of our Artists in Residence. Just amazing talents, and some of that artwork, you feel like it's just coming out of the wall at you. And I found my quote there for tonight. It was on a piece of art from Constance Ivana's painting, and it was a picture of Africa and a lot of different sayings on it. And I tell you, I didn't know it was going to be so appropriate for us tonight, but I don't know who the quote is. I just know it's on Constance Ivana's piece. And the quote is, "A boat cannot go forward if each rows his own way." Speaking to our commission, let's get our rowing synchronized so we can move forward. That's all that I have, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So at the beginning of the agenda, there was a page with the rules of conduct for a meeting on page 3. If anyone's in the audience and maybe we need to post this online or do something, it's actually, reading through it, it's kind of like listening or reading a description of our meetings. So it sounds like we're not quite doing it right. It talks about being courteous, refraining from disruptive behaviors, personal attacks. So I think we need to revisit the decorum at these meetings, both, and applying these rules of conduct consistently and uniformly. But I encourage everyone to read it to see how we actually are supposed to be doing this, because it's a little different than how we are. I do think that tonight today an interesting discussion with a chance for an olive branch and a chance to try to work together, and that was sadly voted along the same lines that everything seems to be. So this is not, I think, a place where any of us want to be, but it's going to take some compromise on someone's part, and I don't know where that's going to come from. I know that we've all taken turns doing that, and I continue and will always vote in a way that I think is right for the people I represent and for the people of the city, and look for fair processes and things to be done the right way so that I can justify my decisions to people tomorrow, the next day, and 5 and 10 years from now. That is how I think about it. 2 other things. We heard Kodak Black's name, but there are a lot of people who silently give back to our community every single day. So if we're going to thank people that give back, let's thank the teachers and nonprofits and volunteers who silently and anonymously, day in and day out, give so much back to our city, like Soup Kitchen and other organizations. And then lastly, I've heard and seen the issues with the DMV. It is not within our city's control. Obviously, that's not our jurisdiction. But in response to it, I have been working with our senator's office to bring a mobile DMV day to Pompano Beach. It looks like we are scheduled for a day in July. I will announce that. It will be at Emmalou. And when we're ready to take appointments, I will put it online. But it should at least give people who can wait that long, because it's still a couple weeks away, an opportunity to make an appointment and get DMV services. So I'm happy to be able to bring that to Pompano Beach, because I know it's been a real pain point in our city. So stay tuned for more details on that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. The only thing I have is just a reminder, we do have another meeting after this meeting, so that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. All right, now.
Mayor, just give me 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes?
Yes,
5
just
minutes,
so I can
5 minutes. Okay, Mr. Harrison, I know you're ready. All right, if we can please end the conversations out there, let's go ahead. Let's see. Let's call this meeting of the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation, June 10th, 2025 at approximately 5:05 p.m. Let's call it to order. Please silence your cell phones, put them on vibrate. Let's go ahead and call the roll. Kervin?
Director Fezzik.
Yeah, here.
Director Perkins.
Here.
Director Sigerson Eaton.
Here.
Director Smith.
Here.
Vice Chair Fournier.
Here.
Chair Harton.
Here. Let's please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation annual meeting minutes of June 25th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this evening, Mr. Harrison, I believe we're just going to be striking item number 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no other changes? Just strike item number 3. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That takes us up to regular agenda item 1, election of officers for Pompano Beach Finance Corp., President, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer. Mr. Alfred.
Yes. Kervin Alfred, Secretary. Pursuant to the bylaws of the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation, it is required to hold an annual meeting to elect the officers of the corporation. The following officers must be selected: President, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer, each of whom shall be members of the City Commission or City staff. Traditionally, the Mayor serves as the President, Vice Mayor as the Vice President, the Finance Director as Treasurer, and the City Clerk as Secretary. Without further ado, I turn the floor over to the Chair to accept nominations.
Very good. Are there any nominations for this item for officers of the Pompano Beach Finance Corp?
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
I'd like to nominate the Mayor Rex Harden as the president, myself, Allison Fournier as the vice president, Kervin Alfred as the secretary, and Finance Director Allison Furtado as the treasurer. How'd I do?
Very, very good. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item number 2. I'm not going to read this one.
Mayor,
Commissioner Perkins.
the vote, is it mandatory that because we are elected officials, we have to be a part of this Pompano Beach Finance Corp? Is it mandatory?
Mr. Berman?
It is mandatory in the rules, yes. You don't want to participate in the Finance Corp, or it's mandatory. In other words, it's part of your duties as commissioners to serve as an officer of the Finance Corp, my understanding.
So what does the Finance Corp do? I don't hear anything about them all year, and then all of a sudden, we get this every year, but I don't know what goes on with it.
We do several things. First of all, certificates of participation, for example, for the parking garage. We monitor. Miss Sybil will explain it even better, I think. She's our financial guru, and she'll tell you everything they do.
Thanks, Mark.
I only know some of it. You're welcome.
Ms.
Least
Sybil.
I could do for you.
She's that civil assistant city manager again. So it's really just a mechanism to create a lease purchase financing structure. So that's the way we finance their peer parking garage. They have a minimal role, so they serve as the lessor for the parking garage, and the city's the lessee. We leased the land to them. We constructed the parking garage. They leased it back to us. And then they assign their rights to the lease payments to a trustee, which is usually a bank that we select. And then we annually appropriate the payments to repay the debt on the parking garage to that trustee, whose purpose is to protect the interests of the investors, to make sure the investors get repaid that obligation. So we are required, there are bylaws, I think they're in the agenda backup. They are required to meet annually. It's the same board members, so that's a good thing, right? That the commissioners and the board members of the corporation are one and the same. And again, their role is minimal. They have to meet annually, elect officers, and they are party to the agreements for that type of financing structure with the city.
But I mean, when there's any kind of financing, are we informed? Are we?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
But it's in writing that it's mandatory for me as an elected official to be a part of this.
The bylaws does say that the
Bylaws say
right,
that?
the city commission serves in the same capacity.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
We only meet once a year.
I just don't know how it works, what's going on, but I just know my name is being used, and I just don't know anything about it. Yeah, I don't know anything about the parking garage and how money was given to the parking garage and things of that sort, so I just don't feel comfortable being a part of something financially that I'm not quite familiar with, or Jesus Christ. I know I see it every year, but this is the only time I see it.
Other than approving the officers, there's really no obligation beyond that for the commissioners.
Or not a liability. There's no obligations nor liability to the members.
Exactly. That's a good thing.
Oh, no liabilities?
No.
Oh, okay, well, that's a little
That's
bit,
what
that
you wanna
helps.
hear. Mark?
It's a little bit.
We don't volunteer you if there's liability, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
That makes me
minimal
feel a
role.
little bit better. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, back to item number 2. Mr. Berman.
Approval of the fiscal year 2025 annual budget of the corporation and waiver of all formal requirements relating to delivery of the annual budget to the Board of Directors as set forth in the amended and restated bylaws of the corporation, requiring that the treasurer deliver the budgets for the corporation to the board at least 30 days prior to the annual meeting.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Alison Furtado, Treasurer.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. For discussion. Go ahead, Ms. Furtado.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Alison Furtado, Treasurer. I'm requesting approval of the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation, the fiscal year budget 2025 in the amount of $5,521. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Looks like we lost him. Public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Director Fezzik.
Yes.
Director Perkins.
Yes.
Director Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Director Smith.
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier.
Yes.
Chair Harton.
Yes, this meeting is adjourned.